them under control, bring the protesters under control. There has been deployment of RAF. There has been deployment of special forces of the Kolkata police and a huge amount of West Bengal and Kolkata police also being deployed. We can see the white dresses are from Kolkata police and the khaki dresses are especially from West Bengal police generally. Reportedly, this clash began a few hours ago. The dispute started when there was disagreement about a shop in that area. Later on, reportedly, and later on, according to sources, this clash erupted and many houses were attacked. Also, BJP is alleging the same. Shubhendu Adhikari a while back spoke that he's urging Kolkata police to bring the situation under control, and he also reportedly sent a letter to DG of Kolkata police to deploy more amount of forces in that area.
Yes, as we speak, Kisholai, we have dramatic visuals that are coming in now. We see that many of these protesters have been pushed back, and some of them are also being taken away, I think, by the police personnel. There you have how they are trying to pelt stones. They continue. They have covered their faces as well, and now we see that the rapid action force are also trying to disperse them. The Kolkata police also there. And this is happening live, viewers, as we speak. This is happening in South Parganas, and these you can see how they are trying to just hold some flag also in their hand, and stones all around scattered on the ground as stones have been pelted by these protesters. And we also see that there is a lot of tensions right now on ground zero. For the benefit of our viewers, Kisholai, if you just can help our viewers understand, for those tuning in, what really happened, how did it all begin?
When there was a dispute about a shop of an individual, reportedly, according to the sources, local sources. And after that, there was a clash between two groups of protesters. And in the beginning, that group was small. There were not many people in those groups, in those two groups of protesters. Allegedly, later on, more people were brought in by these groups, and the clashes increased, the area of the clash increased, and the intensity increased according to sources. The protesters started, according to the BJP and also according to local sources, a section of the protesters started attacking the houses, local houses, started torching vehicles, motorbikes, and a few cars as well, according to the locals. And also in the visuals, we can see certain motorbikes, motorcycles are being torched, and also tires are being burnt. And huge police force was brought in later to contain this crowd, to contain these protesters. We can see special forces of Kolkata police, we can see RAF, we can see special forces being used to fire tear gas shells in order to bring this crowd under control, the group of protesters under control. And now we can see the protesters are at one end of the road pelting stones on the police forces. We are also having some preliminary information about a few people being injured, maybe on the both sides. More information will unfold later. But right now we see houses allegedly being attacked and motorbikes allegedly being burnt, torched. We can see visuals of stones all over the road and some fire and arson here and there. And also we can see that these protesters, a group of these protesters, are at one end of this lane. We can see a narrow lane and they are on one end, some of them throwing stones towards the police forces. So after the clashes erupted between these two groups of protesters, the situation became very intense. Additional deployment of police force is being sent. Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, has also urged the Kolkata police to bring the situation under control. He has also sent a letter, according to sources. Also, he has told us the same. He has sent a letter to the DG about bringing the situation under control. And BJP is alleging that police is not doing enough to bring the situation under control.
Right. Right, Kishore, as we speak, viewers, these are live visuals coming in from South Parganas or West Bengal, where the clashes continue, and we see that the security personnel are also right now, facing the protesters. And we have our reporter on ground zero also from our Bangla. We can just take a dip into the live situation right now as we show you what's happening in South 24 Parganas.
একদিকে কলকাতা পুরসভার ওয়ার্ড, অন্যদিকে মহেশতলা পুরসভা, দুটো পুরসভার বর্ডার লাইন। সেখানে যে পরিস্থিতি হয়ে রয়েছে কোনোভাবেই নিয়ন্ত্রণে আনা যাচ্ছে না। পুলিশ দফায় দফায় কাঁদানে গেছে, সেল ফাটাচ্ছে, বারবার এখান থেকে বলা হচ্ছে, কিন্তু পাথরবাজি বা পাথর
So our reporters are reporting live. They are saying that the police is trying to bring the situation under control, but they are not able to do so. The situation has become very intense, and the protesters are trying to attack and break houses and structures nearby, and also bikes are being torched. This is what our reporter Anupam, who is there reporting live from this area, is speaking right now in Bengali. He's reporting in Bengali, and he's saying that the police is trying to bring the situation under control, but they are unable to do so. The situation is still not under control. The protesters are still pelting stones, and that's our reporter Anupam. He is trying to show the situation. We can also see one person waving a white flag. I don't know what that exactly signifies, but yeah, we can see people in these lanes. We can see protesters in these lanes, and also we can see that there are very significantly, this group has been pelting. These protesters are pelting stones on the police personnel. The police is showing restraint. They are just using the tear gas shells till now. We can see that glass bottles and stones are being pelted. They are all over the road. We can see these are being scattered, and also the protesters have tied handkerchief around their face, pieces of clothes around their face, so that they cannot be recognized. We can see police personnel taking stock of the situation in these lanes. The shops are closed. All these shops in that area are closed. Situation very tense, in fact. And also we are getting reports that stones are being pelted from houses, from the windows of these houses around. Police forces are trying to see who are exactly pelting stones from inside those houses. Groups of protesters, also police is trying to talk to them and bring peace in that area.
Yes, sir.
Very intense situation, in fact, and police is talking to the miscreants. Yes. Protesters are being, the police is trying to bring these protesters into a conversation so that peace can be established. But we see that the protesters are very agitated, very clearly agitated, and also pelting stones. Latest information is that ADG Supratim Sarkar has reached that area. So ADG Kolkata, ADG West Bengal Police Supratim Sarkar right now in that area. Protesters at one end of that lane, and police force, police personnel on the other end. Police using tear gas shells. ADG Supratim Sarkar is also in that area.
Side, yeah.
Anupam, our reporter, reporting from that area. I don't know if we see. Anupam, our reporter, is probably injured. Police is, in fact, helping our reporter Anupam to get up. he fell down. I
পুলিশ
just
কথা
saw
বলছিল,
our reporter
যারা ওখান থেকে ইট ছুটছিল
he got
তাদের সাথে
injured in
পুলিশ
that.
কথা বলছিল, কিন্তু হঠাৎ এই কথা বলার মাঝখানে আবার ইট ছোড়া হয় এবং একটা ইট এই মুহূর্তে
And
এসে
he's saying
আপনার
that
ইট গায়ে লাগলো।
stones are being thrown. The miscreants are
পুলিশ
throwing
বারবার কথা
stones.
বলার চেষ্টা করছিল।
And our reporter Anupam, Republic Network's reporter Anupam got injured
আলোচনার মাধ্যমে
when one of these protesters threw a stone on him and the police helped him to get up. He almost
এই মুহূর্তে
fell down and
সেই
a huge stone hit our reporter Anupam. So a very intense situation and a very fragile situation there. Reporter Anupam and that stone, our reporter Anupam is also showing that piece of brick. This is the piece of brick that
কিন্তু
hit
আমরা
him.
অনেকটাই পুলিশ যেহেতু মুভমেন্ট
So,
করছিল,
Republic
এগিয়ে যাচ্ছিল, আমরাও এগিয়ে যাচ্ছিলাম,
that
কিন্তু এইটা এসে ঠিক এই
area
জায়গায় তুমি দেখতে
of
পাচ্ছ
clash
যে এই জায়গায় ঠিক লাগে
and
এই
this
আদলা ইটটা
huge
ছুড়া হয়।
stone
এই আদলায় পুলিশ চেষ্টা করছিল
came and hit on
যে
our
আলোচনার
reporter
মাধ্যমে
Anupam. That is what
পরিস্থিতি নিয়ন্ত্রণে আনার, কিন্তু
he's
কিন্তু
showing
এই যে
right
দেখতে
now.
পাচ্ছ,
The police was
এই
trying
ইটটা
to
এখানে এসে লাগে এই মুহূর্তে, ভেতরে
bring
কি
the
অবস্থা বলতে
situation
পারছি না,
under control by conversing with
পরিস্থিতি
these
বলতে পারছি না।
protesters, but
কিন্তু
then
বলতে
a
পারছি না
huge
এই
stone
মুহূর্তে।
came and fell on our
ছবিটা
reporter.
তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ এই আদলা
Massive chaos, very intense situation.
লক্ষ্য করে ছোড়া হয়। আমরা পালানোর চেষ্টা করছিলাম কারণ এত ইট
A
আসছে,
huge
কোনোভাবে দাঁড়ানো
brick
যাচ্ছিল না। পুলিশ বারবার আমাদেরকে বলছে আপনারা হেলমেট
came
ব্যবহার
and
করুন, কিন্তু
hit
পরিস্থিতি
our
নেই এই মুহূর্তে হেলমেট ব্যবহার। এই যে
reporter. Also,
এই মুহূর্তে তুমি দেখতে
we see protesters on these houses, on the roofs of these houses. So some of these protesters are using the roofs of these houses to pelt
ওদিক থেকে
stones.
ইট আসে এবং
Very intense situation.
ছবি তুমি দেখছো
More forces are being deployed. Our reporter injured with after being hit by a huge brick. Republic is reporting from ground zero. Republic is reporting just from the ground zero where these clashes among two groups of protesters are happening.
এলাকা বা এই পরিস্থিতি এখনো পর্যন্ত নিয়ন্ত্রণ হয়নি। 11:30 থেকে সেই ঘটনার
Police
সূত্রপাত
is still trying to have a conversation with the protesters, trying to resolve their issues and trying to bring the situation under control. Our reporter is saying that, however, this situation is very fragile and the police is unable to bring the situation under control. A huge brick hit our reporter Anupam and he's injured, but still he's reporting live from that spot. Republic Network is reporting from ground zero. Very intense situation. Bikes are being burnt down. We see houses are being attacked allegedly. Special forces of Kolkata police are being deployed. Police is using tear gas shells. More police deployment are being sent. ADG Supratim Sarkar is right now in that area, and two groups of protesters who clashed are now the police is trying to talk to them and bring the situation under control. So this is the live situation right now. Back to the studio.
Yes, it's a situation that is flaring up, and Republic Bangla reporter injured in the stone pelting there. You can see the heavy presence of security personnel, the Kolkata police, West Bengal police, and also the rapid action force there. Situation was in fact moving out of control, and we see that the protesters are now talking. The security personnel are trying to speak and in fact trying to resolve the situation right now on ground zero, as two groups clashed in South 24 Parganas, and now on camera we see how protesters continue to pelt stones on the security personnel, on the police, on the rapid action force who are trying to disperse them as they were flaring up the tensions. They were stoking the tensions in this area, because you can see all the shops around have also been shut down. Stones were pelted, as Kishola was saying, from up in those terraces as well. There were stones being pelted from the terraces above of the surrounding buildings, and now the cops have also tried to disperse the forces. The miscreants, those on ground, the protesters have also torched the bikes. and other vehicles as well.
নিয়ন্ত্রণে আসছিল না।
And right now, tensions flaring up in South 24 Parganas of West Bengal as clashes continue to erupt between two groups. And now, our reporter Anupam, who is reporting as we speak live from Ground Zero, also injured. He's also injured in the stone pelting, and
বাড়ির ছাদ থেকে শুরু করে
we'll just try and get some understanding of what Anupam is telling us, because he is tracking each and every development. We are seeing that there is some engagement between protesters, and we see some slogans still being raised by the protesters, but some of them are speaking to the security personnel. Kishola, any information on what is the police trying to do there? What is happening there? We understand many people have been injured also in this stone pelting. Bricks have been pelted, in fact.
Exactly. Well, I'll just remind our viewers about what exactly happened according to our reports. In the beginning, there was a dispute about a shop of an individual, which now, according to sources, now that turned into clash between two groups of protesters, and that group increased with time. These protesters also called in more protesters, and these two groups started clashing. According to reports and local sources and the BJP as well, Shubhendu Adhikari spoke on this. Some houses were being attacked, and some places of worshipping Tulsi plant were being attacked, according to BJP sources and what Shubhendu Adhikari posted and said. After that, huge police deployment was placed in that area. However, these two groups of protesters started clashing against each other, and also one of the groups of protesters started pelting stones and bricks and glass bottles on the police force. Now we see those visuals live, how these bricks are being thrown at the police forces. We've seen how these bricks were thrown from one of these lanes, and also from the houses around. The roofs of these houses were being used by the protesters in order to target the police forces. Our reporter Anupam was speaking. He was reporting live from Ground Zero. Republic Network's reporter was in Ground Zero in the middle of this intense situation, showing us live what is the situation there. A huge brick came and hit him. He was injured in that spot, and local police helped him to get up, and then he again started reporting in spite of that injury from Ground Zero. However, he showed us that huge brick that came and hit him. Now the police is trying to talk to the protesters, having a conversation. The police is trying to have a conversation with the protesters. Also, there is ADG Supratim Sarkar in that area, law and order, and also the police is bringing in further deployments. Our reporter is saying still now the situation is not under control. More action needs to be taken. The BJP is also alleging that the Kolkata police is not doing, or the West Bengal police is not doing enough in order to bring the situation under control. In fact, Shubhendu Adhikari posted and also gave us a bite that he requests and urges that the police should bring the situation under control in 1 hour. The BJP is going to protest about this incident in front of the West Bengal Assembly tomorrow throughout the day, and today we have seen Shubhendu Adhikari also already protested about this situation. We see live visuals of this blockade. At one hand, the protesters standing, on the other hand, huge police deployment, and right now police is trying to have a conversation and bring both of the groups of these protesters under control and calm the situation down.
Yes, as we speak, viewers, we showed these live visuals coming in, tensions flaring up, and as we were speaking earlier about what Shubhendu Adhikari, the LOP, has said, Kishola, he's also alleged that what has happened is a stone's throw distance from Rabindranagar police station under the watch of the IC Mukul Mia and SDPO, and he said that the police simply could not block these people, the vandals, and this happened in the presence of police.
Well, exactly. That is what Shubhendu Adhikari is alleging, that police on their part was unable to control the situation, contain the situation. They could not do it. And Shubhendu Adhikari has also alleged that Kolkata police or West Bengal police did not do enough to disperse this group of protesters or bring the situation under control. Now, the visuals which we saw a while back, we also saw bikes and bikes were being burnt, and that visual of Anupam being hurt by one huge stone that came and fell, that hurt him. In fact, it hit him on the thighs and he fell down. And after that, one of the policemen in that area actually held him and again helped him to stand up, and he got hurt very badly and he had to in fact take help and stand again, but he continued to report. That's on the left hand side window for our viewers. On the right hand side, live visuals coming in where we can see the group of protesters are still now crowding at one end of that lane, and Kolkata Police, West Bengal Police, Special Forces and RAF on the other end of that lane. This is in South 24 Pargana, very close to Kolkata. In fact, a few, I think about 20 minutes from Kolkata. And this is in Maheshtala. The area's name is Rabindranagar. The police station is also Rabindranagar. And this is what is happening live right now. Live visuals coming in.
Information on what's really happening, because I mean it's been a long time now, you know, Kishore, what is the police doing? Because we still see a large presence of those protesters who have only tried to, you know, resort to violence. Kishore, what we've seen, you see that brick, it's not a stone pelted, it's a huge brick. It's piece of a huge stone. You can understand that it's such a huge stone that has been pelted at the forces, and also our reporter there on ground zero, Republic Bangla reporter, being attacked there. He was also injured. But what is the police doing? Because we understand all this happened near Rabindranagar police station also. There is the ADG who is present there. But what is happening? Why is there no person? I mean, there's no action that has been taken yet. There are people, multiple people, who have also been injured.
Well, exactly, and not just that. We have seen that one lady, one police official, a lady has been injured. Constable of Kolkata Police, a lady has been injured. That's in the PGM of Republic Bangla, right hand side window. A lady police official has been injured, a constable has been injured, and she's right now being taken to the hospital for treatment. So our reporter injured, Republic Bangla reporter injured, a lady police official injured, many locals are injured, houses being burnt, attacked, bikes are being burnt allegedly by these groups of protesters. What's happening actually, it's a very amazing thing that the police station was a few hundred yards away, a few hundred feet away. That's what Shubhendu Adhikari also posted about. The police could not, if the police wanted, they could have brought the situation under control in the very beginning when it started, when the dispute about the shop started. So again, Anupam reporting from there. And that moment when the huge stone, brick came and fell, and we also see weapons in there. The protesters are carrying huge sticks and also allegedly some other utensils or tools that can be used to attack. So this is what the situation is. One lady police official, one lady police constable very badly injured, taken to the hospital. Our reporter injured, helped by the local police to get back on his feet. Many of the locals are also reportedly injured in this clash. And right hand side we are showing how a whole bike has been burnt. See that, those flames. This is for our viewers. So arson, stone pelting, brick pelting, attacks on houses, everything happening in Maheshtala. Police still now could not bring the situation completely under control. Police officials have been injured also, and our reporter Anupam is also hit by a huge brick. Now he's lucky that that brick hit him on the thighs, because it's a very risky situation there. He is a brave reporter reporting right now from that ground zero situation, and we see those huge bricks. and all over there, and smoke and fire as well. Back to the
The
studio.
tire is being burned, the bike is set on fire, bricks are being pelted, and you see our reporter is also attacked over there. The police is not spared. They are also pelted with bricks there. Now, what is happening? What is the discussion going on? These are people who are criminals now. They have attacked the reporter, they've attacked the policeman, they've attacked the rapid action force. And what we are learning is that this clash happened over a Rath Yatra, Kisholai, a Rath Yatra ritual in South 24 Parganas, Kisholai.
Well, that's a very preliminary information. It's we are getting to know from our sources that and various sources, and also BJP has alleged the same. Two groups have clashed with each other. It was also about a shop in that area, and also connections with Rath Yatra rituals. So these are very preliminary information. We will be uncovering information as it comes, but these two groups have been clashing since many hours now. Police in the beginning, according to the BJP, was a mute spectator. This is what Shubhendu Adhikari has posted. And right now police has brought in huge force, but right now that situation is already out of control. So these police forces are trying to bring them under control after having conversations, but not very fruitful. That conversation is not really proving to be very fruitful as these clashes still continue. So preliminary information about Rath Yatra rituals, but also about a dispute regarding a shop that one person tried to start there, and our reporter very grievously injured at one hand. These three windows very clearly explain what is the situation there. Our reporter Anupam injured grievously with a huge brick that hit him. In the middle of the screen we are showing in this window how these protesters are standing at one hand holding their ground, on the other hand, on the other end of that lane, a huge police force, and in the right hand side window it's a very clear situation which is out of control. A bike, a huge arson, a bike is completely being burned down. We've also heard that some houses were attacked, and also arson in few of the houses in that area. So this is what is happening right now, and our camera was targeted, our reporter was targeted. A few of these protesters also wanted us to not report from that area. That is why specifically our reporter was hit with a brick.
Kisholai, I want to understand since when is this happening? Is this happening since morning? Because we understand this has been going on for hours now. And bricks have been pelted from the terrace, as you had pointed out. That means it's a fully planned, what has happened is a fully planned event.
Well, exactly. That's what we are saying. It's happening since many hours now. In the very beginning, it's happening in fact a few hundred meters away from the Rabindranagar police station, according to Shubhendu Adhikari. And when it began around 11 a.m. According to the sources, and it began due to one of the shops in that area, and also according to sources, rituals about Rath Yatra that was supposed to happen according to sources. Now all this happening since the morning, and the police was a mute spectator in the very beginning. We are getting to know from our sources, and also BJP is alleging that in the beginning though reports reached, but the police did not do enough. And when these two groups of protesters clashed with each other and called more protesters in, and those groups swelled up, and then a huge clash broke out, then only the police could bring in more forces and try to contain this. But already the situation was out of control. Reporter injured, and we are being targeted. Our camera is being targeted because we are trying to show the truth, and we are trying to report from ground zero. That is what we are trying to do. That's why the protesters, so-called protesters, are trying to stop us so that we don't show the truth. But this is out in fact, and the police is now trying to have conversations with these protesters who have run out of control now. I don't know what exactly they try to achieve here, but our reporters are saying that it's been long that these protests are happening.
The BJP Bengal unit. an advocate going, she's on the broadcast with us on the phone line. Ms. Tibrewal, we are seeing what's happening for hours now in South 24 Parganas, and this is a clashes that is happening right now. Stones, bricks have been pelted. Republic Bangla reporter has also been attacked over there, and all we see is that police is, I don't know, trying to have a conversation, something that is happening. Bricks have been pelted from the terraces.
See, this is a normal situation now which is happening in most of the districts in West Bengal. And I will tell you what is the reason behind this. The reason behind this is appeasement politics of Mamata Banerjee. We have seen what has happened in Murshidabad, where this minority, who is no more a minority in Murshidabad, they are majorities, and they wanted to throw out the Hindu minorities from there. That is why that kind of vandalism and violence took place there. Similar is the circumstance and situation in South 24 Parganas. A nearby constituency is Diamond Harbour, from where Abhishek Banerjee himself is the member of parliament. So all these situations are very normal. Everyday things are happening. You know, most of the time things don't come on news. They are not registered as FIR by the police, because one particular community is targeting the Hindus. They are pelting stones. They are breaking the temples, vandalizing houses, setting them on fire. This is what is happening. The entire state, I am telling you, the entire state is being ruined by this government because of appeasement politics. No action is being taken against these perpetrators. They are not booked under the law. They are not arrested. So that is the reason that they have this confidence that nothing will happen to them, and they are continuously targeting Hindus.
You know what the leader of opposition, Shubhendu Adhikari, is saying, Mr. Tibrewal, is that, this is happening, and this is happening just a stone's throw away from the Rabindranagar police station. And all that has been happening under the watch, under the nose of the policemen. This is happening in presence of police personnel.
The police doesn't have the audacity to go there. These perpetrators will open their pants and make them run. The police doesn't have the audacity to go there and save one particular community, because there are instructions from the MPs and MLAs of Trinamool not to take any kind of action. Why do you forget that this is the same place where police stations are set on fire and police hide under the benches and chairs of the police station? So what protection do you even think that they can give to the people, common people? Nothing at all.
All right, my colleague Shravan Sen is also joining us right now. Senior editor Shravan Sen joins us. I think he's live with us from the newsroom. I think he wants to take a question from Priyanka. Shravan, please go ahead if you're there.
Mr. Tibrewal, your party has now levelled a direct allegation, and this allegation is against the police itself. You have also issued an ultimatum. This is based on what?
See, I'll tell you, someone, a similar thing had taken place, where their riots took place, where these Muslim perpetrators and all, they set up a police station on fire. Till date, no action was taken. They were ever arrested. Now, how can a common person expect any kind of protection from this police department? One who runs on the actions of the MPs and MLAs of Trinamool.
The other allegation that your party is levelling is that there wasn't enough police deployment, and this deployment or the reinforcement was called in only after the clashes broke out. Is that the position that your party is now taking?
That is not our allegation. That's the reality. That's the reality, and that was also given in the report which was filed by the NHRC and the committee which was constituted by the court in the Murshidabad violence. Similar is the situation everywhere. There is not adequate amount of police to control these kind of violence, because there is not adequate amount of police in West Bengal itself. Anybody who is supporting the party are, they are hired by this government at the rate of 3,000 rupees.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Tibrewal. I'm told that Kaushik Bagchi of the BJP is also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Bagchi, questions now emerging with regards to whether at all the West Bengal police did not take any action. Your party is levelling direct allegations about the inaction and the fact that there wasn't enough police personnel being deployed when the yatra was taking place.
First of all, it's Kaustav, it's not Kaushik. So,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. The thing is that when the Shamsherganj matter was being heard, when the Murshidabad violence matter was being heard, the first thing that cropped up was the inaction of the police, and that was not what we are saying. That was the finding that was there in the three-man committee report. The Honorable Chief Minister in the state always had tried to protect...
Mr. Bakshi, I want to put the focus right now as to what is happening currently. What we are witnessing right now, there are clashes that are taking place, and your party...
No, that is what I am on. That is what I am on, basically. There has been instances in the past wherein the inaction of the police had been a major concern, and it was all due to the inaction of the police.
So you believe there is inaction even in today's case?
No, let me say. What I am saying is, the present incumbent government has always been trying to shield the Muslim communities in West Bengal, be that in any situation whatsoever. When the Hindus are getting attacked, when the Hindus are being ousted from their house, there is no action on the part of the police authorities. Now we have all seen the case of Sharmishta Panoli. She was picked up by the police. We have seen high-handedness of the police.
But aren't you giving it a communal touch right now at a time when the situation is extremely sensitive? Isn't your party now indulging?
What do you mean by communal thing? We are in favor of the Hindus. If we are to speak in favor of the Hindus, and if a sticker is being labelled on us that we are communal, we are happy that we are a communal. We are a communal organization, we are a communal party, we are happy about it. We want to protect the interest of the Hindus. We can't let 70% of the Hindus just die like that. We can't allow Hindus to die like that.
Right, Mr. Bakshi.
We live in Hindustan. We all know what partition happened for.
Mr. Bakshi.
For the Muslims it was Pakistan, for the Hindus it was Hindustan. In Hindustan, when the Hindus are getting killed, they are being ousted from their houses. Now
Mr. Bakshi, I want to focus right now. Mr. Bakshi, I want to focus on to what is really happening right now on the ground. The situation undoubtedly extremely sensitive as the clashes broke out this afternoon. What we are being told right now that there's been a reinforcement being called in to control the situation. For more on this, I'm also joined by my colleague Kishalai, who's joining us from our sister network Republic Bangla's newsroom right now. Kishalai, what's the latest you are picking up? Are there any reports of any injury, and have they been able to control the situation?
Well, basically, we are getting reports about a few police personnel who are being injured, and we also know that one lady constable of Kolkata police, she is grievously injured and being treated right now. In fact, our reporter Anupam has also been injured on live TV. We saw that a huge brick came and hit him on TV while he was reporting from ground zero. A few locals have also been injured. Two groups of protesters are still clashing. The police could not bring them under control, and the BJP is alleging police inaction in the whole event that happened. And from the very beginning we saw when the clashes started, and still now police is trying to do their best to bring the situation under control. However, in the very beginning, because there was not much police deployment, the situation went out of hand, and now they are trying to bring it under control, but still now not much result out of that. Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Kishalai, for getting us the latest details. In fact, the situation remains extremely volatile right now. Just a quick recap of what we know so far. This afternoon, when a Rath Yatra was going on, there were clashes that took place between two communities. And right now, the situation still remains extremely fluid. There are also reports now coming in of stone pelting, additional reinforcement that has now been brought in by the West Bengal police. Now, this has also led to a political clash between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Trinamool Congress, with an ultimatum now being given by the Bharatiya Janata Party to the Trinamool Congress. In fact, they are saying that this is a result of the appeasement politics. Now, that's the allegation that has also been leveled by the BJP. My colleague Rhythm is also joining us from the studio right now. We are closely monitoring what's really happening in South 24 Parganas. Remember, not very far away from the capital, where we are given to understand these clashes have actually broken out. The BJP basically linking it with what we have witnessed just about a few months ago, when there was violence that broke out in Murshidabad, and a direct allegation was again leveled against the Mamata Banerjee government about inaction on their part. Reports that have already been prepared and submitted before the court basically indicating the inaction on the part of the West Bengal police. The same thing, once again, the BJP relying on it and levelling yet another allegation against the Trinamool Congress, saying that this is because of what we are witnessing unfolding before our eyes. Rhythm.
Absolutely. This is shocking, the communal tensions that have broken out in South 24 Parganas as stones are being pelted. We are seeing those communal clashes that have been broken out. Our reporter has been injured. I want to go across to BJP's spokesperson Priyanka Tibrewal, also a lawyer. Priyanka, how is this going to go forward? Because we are seeing these communal clashes. It's not the first time we're seeing this in Kolkata. The incident is taking place near Rabindranagar police station in Bhuj area. Person has also sustained injuries. The RAF team has been deployed, but Priyanka, we've seen this earlier. It's always the court that needs to step in. What action needs to be taken, and what should the government in West Bengal be doing here?
The TMC has no thoughts of resorting to law and order situation here in West Bengal. They do not want that. That is the reason their action speaks louder than words. You see, in the last occasion also when there was violence in Murshidabad, TMC kept on saying that nothing has happened like this. And later with the reports, we came to know that it was that one particular community was targeted and attacked. Not just that, inadequate police force and police did not take action on time. That was their part of the report. Here also the situation is similar. Now they are saying that, RAF has entered and things are under control. Nothing will be under control. You see, in the night, again, houses will be targeted of Hindus. And all this is just happening because Mamata Banerjee government is giving this kind of confidence, instilling this kind of confidence in this particular community. Perpetrators are not arrested. Perpetrators are not arrested. On the last occasion when this happened, it was TMC's member of Legislative Assembly who was seen present while this kind of vandalism was going on in Murshidabad. So this is premeditated. They have decided that they will attack Hindus in an area where Muslims are in majority. So this South 24 Pargana area also, Muslims have a area where they are too many in capacity as compared to the Hindus. That is why this Baj areas, Diamond Harbour, Mahek Talla, all these places, they try and attack. They try to make the atmosphere such that Hindus are scared of coming out, celebrating their occasions. And all this has been done because TMC is instilling this confidence in them. You see, just for appeasement, Mamata Banerjee, day before yesterday, only, the General Secretary of the party, she chose a Muslim member from Furfura Sharif to be a General Secretary of the party. Why? Again, appeasement. So until this government is there, this kind of situation will prevail in Bengal.
That's right. And we need to see what needs to further happen, because this is clashes that are being reported in extremely serious matter. There's an outrage being caused because these are communal clashes that have been broken out in West Bengal's South 24 Parganas. It's a top focus we're going to continuously track. Thank you, Priyanka, for giving us those views. It's a focus that should also be taken across India, and we shall be coming back to the story. Also coming up after a short break, we're going to be staying with this focus, telling you more details about the communal tensions that have broken out in West Bengal's South 24 Parganas on Tuesday after a group of people vandalized allegedly a temple. And Batla House demolition PIL has been dismissed. This is a big blow to all those people trying to play politics in Batla House. The High Court has said every aggrieved person, if needed, should be going, as the DDA says before them, to the Supreme Court. Much more after a short break. Stay on with us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
राजा की बॉडी मिली, मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहाँ है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी। उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना, वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी? सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से
कोई बात
हुई है?
कोई बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से, किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या, और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने, और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया?
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया, वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना। सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था, और अपन उसको पहचानते नहीं थे। अपन ने तो जब देखा ये इतना बड़ा अपराधी और अपने बच्चे के उसमें ही अपने घर कैसा आ गया, इसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई।
तो कैसे बिहेव कर रहा था वो उस समय राज, जब वो घर में था, कैसा बिहेव कर रहा था?
देखो, अपन ने उसको देखा नहीं था उस समय, तो हमारे यहाँ कोई ने भी नहीं देखा था। ये तो जो अभी राज की फोटो आ रही थी ना कि राज अपराधी ये गया, यहाँ से बैठे बैठे मैसेज पे वो चल रहा था, तब जाके हमारे पड़ोसी ने वीडियो निकाला और डाला कि ये तो यही लड़का है, बोले कि देखो उनके पापा को कैसा लेके आ रहा है बेटे जैसा, बोले।
भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वही दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसे कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल। भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। ना मेरी बच्चियाँ, ना मेरी बच्ची छोटी वाली गिर के बेहोश हो जाती है। हमारा वही जिम्मेदार है, वही हमारा सब कुछ था। हमारे पति शांत हो गए भैया, इकलौता बेटा था, और मेरे कोई आगे पीछे नहीं भैया। तो आप उनकी माँ, सोनम से कोई बातचीत करते थे कभी? आप भैया कोई ना काम करता।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहाँ है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी? उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी, क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी। उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना, वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी? सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से कोई बात हुई है?
कोई बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से, किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या, और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने, और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया?
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया, वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना। सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था, और अपन उसको पहचानते नहीं थे। अपन ने तो जब देखा ये इतना बड़ा अपराधी और अपने बच्चे के उसमें ये अपने घर कैसा आ गया, इसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई।
तो कैसे बिहेव कर रहा था वो उस समय राज, जब वो घर में था, कैसा बिहेव कर रहा था?
देखो, अपन ने उसको देखा नहीं था उस समय, तो हमारे यहाँ कोई ने भी नहीं देखा था। ये तो जो अभी राज की फोटो आ रही थी ना कि राज अपराधी ये गया, यहाँ से बैठे बैठे मैसेज पे वो चल रहा था, तब जाके हमारे पड़ोसी ने वीडियो निकाला और डाला कि ये तो यही लड़का है। बोले कि देखो उनके पापा को कैसा लेके आ रहा है, बेटे जैसा। बोले
Can I take that to General Bakshi? General Bakshi, a lot of you were interested in this, picking up as we are sharing details of the story. Imagine, sir, 1,803 containers of dangerous, hazardous, inflammable, potentially explosive building material, right? Shipping companies' estimate says there are only 1,754. The difference is 49 containers of this kind of material smuggled into India, suppose, or unaccounted for. What would be the implications?
Arnab, on the face of it, this... No, you are absolutely...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuri, and this evening, as we bring you the top stories from across the world, our focus will be on the clashes in West Bengal. In fact, first up, communal clashes broke out in West Bengal after a group of people vandalized a temple. We'll tell you about this. Next, we'll tell you about how the Karnataka government told the court today and how it shifted the blame onto the RCB. We'll get you all the details about the court proceedings that transpired in Karnataka High Court. Next, there is a big update. In the honeymoon murder case, Sonam Raghuvanshi has confessed to the murder. Her family has disowned her. We will show you what they said. Now, moving on, Pakistan's ugly face has been exposed yet again. A Pakistani national will be facing terrorism charges in the United States, and we'll tell you what his terror plans, in fact, were as far as this entire saga is concerned. We'll also tell you about the situation in LA in United States and the war of words that is going on between Donald Trump and the California governor. And finally, we will tell you about, in fact, a case that will shock you. Cockroach found in khichdi in Noida's hospital, lizard in ice cream in Punjab. These are all the top stories that we are tracking for you. Let's get started. In fact, let's start with a big breaking that we are getting from West Bengal. Communal tensions broke out in West Bengal South 24 Parganas after a group of people vandalized a temple. The clashes between the people took place. In fact, two communities erupted after a person was stopped from setting up his shop near a Hindu temple. The incident took place in Mahesh Tala near Rabindranagar police station in a Baj area. A person also sustained injuries after some people threw stones at the temple. Now, to bring the situation under control, a rapid action force, that is RAF team, was also deployed at the spot. So this is as far as the situation in the state of West Bengal is in fact concerned. We'll keep getting you the ground updates as far as this is concerned, but the situation in fact remains tense in West Bengal after there were clashes that were reported in South 24 Parganas district is what we are learning, and very concerning situation in fact West Bengal. Let me now go across to Shishir Bajoria, who is the West Bengal BJP spokesperson. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you, communal clashes in fact took place in South 24 Parganas. The situation is very tense and there are a lot of allegations coming to the fore. What do you have to say on this?
Well, first of all, we have to identify that this is the parliamentary constituency of the Crown Prince of the Yuvraj of Trinamool Congress. And this is what he terms as Diamond Harbour model. This is an example of Diamond Harbour model. A Hindu temple broken, Hindus attacked. Not only, even if you see on your screen, police attacked, your reporter attacked. I believe the bike burning is a police bike. And yet nothing. The police are just standing as mute spectators, desperately trying to defend themselves. This is the unfortunate situation, not just in one area, in the whole of West Bengal. I have only one question. Very few days back, Eid went through. It went through peacefully. How come it's only when Hindus have something to do? Today is a very holy day, is the Snan of Lord Jagannath. And see what happens. This is the problem because our Chief Minister says her milk cows will be protected.
Absolute complete anarchy in West Bengal, complete clash down there we can see. In fact, thank you so much for speaking to us with Republic TV.
सिंदूर नाम रहेगा, लेकिन बंगाल विधानसभा का रेजुलेशन में सिंदूर नाम नहीं है। ये बंगाल की राष्ट्रवादी जनता इसके लिए ममता बनर्जी का सरकार को बुरी तरह से सेम छी ममता बता रहा है।
दादा, देखा जा रहा है कि उनके विधायक बाहर में कुछ बोलते हैं तो कुछ नहीं होता और आप बाहर में बोलते हैं तो सदन के अंदर में आपके लिए
वो अच्छा है। लिमिटलेस अपोजिशन लीडर बताया ना, ये तो सही बात बता दिया। बीजेपी मुझे लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन बताया, लेकिन मैं बीजेपी में मेरा लिमिटेड नहीं रखा, मैं लिमिटलेस हो गया। हर जनता, हर बंगाल का पीड़ित सरकार और सरकारी तंत्र का द्वारा, बुआ भतीजा का द्वारा, उसका साथ मैं दे रहा हूं, आवाज उठा रहा हूं। इसलिए उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा काल नाम मेरा रख दिया, लिमिटलेस अपोजिशन लीडर। बीजेपी का अपोजिशन लीडर हर प्रदेश में ऐसा ही होता है, चीफ मिनिस्टर भी ऐसा होता है, और देश की प्रधानमंत्री भी सब देशवासी के लिए काम करता है। जिसका वोट मिलता है उसको भी प्रधानमंत्री अन्न सुरक्षा योजना मिलता है, जो लोग वोट नहीं देता उसको भी मिल रहा है। इसलिए जो नाम कल रखा है वो सही नाम रखा है।
So that's BJP, in fact, leveling the allegation on Trinamool Congress in West Bengal. But you can see in the visuals right there, the vehicles being torched, in fact, cops pelted with stones. But now let's shift our focus to the state of Karnataka. In fact, it is RCB versus Karnataka government. And today, the courtroom turned into a battleground. In fact, a dramatic twist of event. There is to the Stampede case, the Karnataka government, in fact, pinned the blame onto the RCB. Narrating the sequence of event to the High Court, the state called the event illegal, adding that from security to tickets, everything was RCB's responsibility. They invited the whole world to the victory parade without even seeking any formal permission. And this is what Karnataka government said. The government went a step further, accusing RCB of misleading the court, projecting the parade as a state-sponsored event when in fact, and this is a claim coming from Karnataka government, it was a private celebration. Now let's tell you more about what happened in the court today. Behind me you can see these are all the claims that were made by the Karnataka government. Let's tell you, Karnataka government told the court that we were informed, not asked for permission by RCB. We were merely informed. RCB informed at 6:30 that they will be holding this event where 11 people lost their life. Permission needs to be sought at least 7 days in advance, and this is what the Council for Karnataka government told the court. Victory parade announcement by RCB at 11:30 p.m. on June 3rd. So they said a night before, in fact, the Stampede, they had taken the decision. RCB has come to court with unclean hands, mislead the court as if the state held event. And they said, went on to say that it was not a state event, it was a private event. It was RCB's function, it was a private function. RCB organized the event. So all of these, in fact, claims were made by Karnataka government in the court today. Security to tickets, as we told you, everything was RCB's responsibility. Entire event was illegal. These are the big, in fact, claims that the Council of the Karnataka government told the Karnataka High Court today, that this event, which led to loss of life of 11 people, was completely illegal, and they in fact shifted the entire blame onto the RCB. Let us tell you, in fact, on one hand, in fact, the Karnataka government tried to shift the entire blame onto RCB, while on other, Congress party chief Mallikarjun Kharge dismissed the stampede as just an accident. But the political distancing did not stop there. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar washed his hands off the event and even quipped, "I don't even drink royal challenge." This is what the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka said. Listen into what he said.
ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಲು ಹಾಕಿ ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಿಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲಂತೂ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನ ಹೋದ್ರು, ಲೆಕ್ಕನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ನನಗೆ ಬೈದ್ರು ಅವಾಗ ಏನು ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಹಣಗಳು ಗೆಲ್ಲುವಾಗ ಈಗಲ್ಲ, ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಈಗ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ರ ರಾಜೀನಾಮೆ ಯೋಗಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ ನೀವಿದೆ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಆಕಸ್ಮಿಕವಾಗಿ ಈ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿದೆ, ಇದು ತಪ್ಪು. ನಮ್ಮವರು ಕ್ಷಮೆನೂ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ ಆ ಘಟನೆ.
I am not a madman. I am just a member of the Karnataka Cricket Association from my younger days. That's all. I don't have time. Though I had offers to be a part of the management, I have not gone to any this one. I don't have time for my own education institution. I have resigned and left it to my other family members to take care of it. Why I need RCB? Even I don't drink Royal Challenge also.
Now shifting our focus, there's a sensational twist in the Meghalaya honeymoon murder case. Exactly a month after marrying Raja Raghuvanshi, Sonam Raghuvanshi has confessed to her role in this murder. Now during the honeymoon, in fact, the chilling confession has come during a police interrogation today, and now in a dramatic fallout, Raja's family has disowned her. Listen in to what the brother had to say on this.
बिल्कुल जुर्म उसने कबूल करा नहीं करा मुझे आइडिया नहीं है। मैंने ऐलान कर दिया कि उसने जुर्म करा है और उसके लिए मैं खड़ा हूँ। मैं खुद उसकी लड़ाई लड़ूंगा। मैं राजा के साथ हूँ। सोनम का बाइकआउट कर रहे हैं। मैं बिल्कुल सोनम को बाइकआउट कर रहा हूँ। माता पिता अभी भी इस बात को स्वीकार नहीं कर रहे। मुन्ना भैया हाँ नहीं, हमारे माता पिता ने स्वीकार कर लिया है। देखिए सुबह 8 बजे जब आप लोग पहुंचे, मैं उस समय फ्लाइट में था। मैं माँ बाप को बता नहीं पाया था, इसलिए मेरे पिताजी ने बहुत सारे बयान दिए हैं, मगर उसमें यह है कि उनको कुछ भी नहीं पता था। जब मैंने उनको बयान करा तो उसके बाद में बाइकआउट उनने भी करा है और वो मीडिया के सामने नहीं आ पा रहे हैं। और पिताजी मेरे हार्ट अटैक पेशेंट है, तो मैं खुद नहीं चाह रहा हूँ कि वो मीडिया के सामने आए, और क्योंकि अभी बहुत नर्वस है हम लोग। इसलिए आप सोनम को बॉयकॉट करेगा आपका परिवार? बिल्कुल करेगा। परिवार नहीं करेगा, पूरा समाज करेगा। माफी मांगी परिवार से? बिल्कुल, मैं माफी तो मैं मांग रहा हूँ, मगर देखिए माफी मांगने से मेरा कुछ भी नहीं होगा। मैं हमेशा दंडवत प्रणाम करूंगा इनको, और मैं हमेशा इनके साथ खड़ा हूँ। मुझे आइडिया नहीं था। सोनम ने ऐसा कहा कि उसने ऐसा किया है। हत्या के पीछे वजह क्या लगी सोनम को? देखिए उससे बात होती तो मैं आपको सब बताता, उससे इतनी बात नहीं हुई है। मैं आपको बयां करूंगा थोड़ा सा, ये 10 दिन का जो इनका पुलिस रिपोर्ट है ये हो जाने दीजिए। बिल्कुल दिलाएंगे, मेरी तरफ से वकील खड़ा होगा इसमें। नहीं, राजा के खिलाफ हम वकील खड़ा करेंगे, और सोनम के खिलाफ वकील खड़ा करेंगे। राजा की तरफ से रहेगा वो, मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपको।
Now moving on, Pakistan has been exposed once again. A Pakistani national living in Canada has been extradited to United States to face the terrorism charges. His name is Mohammed Shahzeb Khan. His mission was to unleash mass murder at the Jewish Center in New York in support of the Islamic State. And the date he picked, October 7th, the anniversary of the Hamas attack on Israel. A calculated, cold-blooded plan to strike terror, inspired by jihad, fueled by hate. In fact, let me tell you more on this as to what the terror plot was and who the plotter is. Let me tell you about the terror plot. ISIS-inspired mass shooting, and the name of the plotter, as I told you, is Mohammed Shahzeb Khan. His photo is something you can see on the screen. His plan was to carry out a Hamas-like attack. So this is the plotter in this case. His name is Mohammed Shahzeb Khan. He had a terror plot in mind, but that has been foiled by the United States. So he has been extradited from Canada to the United States, and now he will be facing the terror charges in the United States. So this is as far as the extradition of this Pakistani national living in Canada to United States is concerned. His plan was to do a terror attack, in fact, but that plan has been foiled. In fact, he has now been extradited to United States, and he will be facing the terror charges there. Now shifting our focus to LA, which is on the edge due to the ongoing protests against the immigration raids. A curfew is currently in place in parts of downtown. Mass arrests, in fact, have been made. 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines have been deployed. And amid this tense situation, a war of words has erupted between Donald Trump and California governor. Governor has accused Donald Trump of pushing indiscriminate mass deportation, risking public safety by deploying the National Guard, adding that democracy was under attack. Now, Donald Trump, on the other side, has said that protests were an assault on peace and public order and doubled down on deploying more troops to the city. So this is as far as the war of words between the California governor and Donald Trump is concerned. In fact, on the screen you can see these are the protests which have taken place in LA in the United States. Today is in fact day 5 of these protests. There in fact have been mass arrests is what we are learning, and thousands of troops have been deployed here by Donald Trump to control the law and order situation. But definitely the focus is what both Donald Trump and the California governor have been saying, and in fact a partial curfew has also been imposed.
Following several days of intense protests against ICE raids, Los Angeles has witnessed escalating unrest marked with clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement authorities. President Donald Trump took decisive action, deploying federal forces to restore order. Defending his response, Trump argued that strong intervention was necessary to prevent even greater chaos or loss. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass has declared a local emergency and imposed a curfew in downtown Los Angeles as unrest continues to grip the city. The curfew began at 8 p.m. local time on Tuesday and is expected to last till 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning and will apply to a 1 square mile area in downtown Los Angeles.
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night there were 23 businesses that were looted, and I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties.
Police said multiple groups stayed on the streets in some areas despite the curfew. Police earlier had said 197 people had been arrested on Tuesday, more than double the total number of arrests to date. Opposition leaders have raised concerns over the Los Angeles crisis. Trump's crackdown on immigration is now a national concern. To many, the protests are impacting lives across states.
Now shifting our focus, a cockroach on a patient's plate inside one of the Noida's top private hospital. Yes, you heard that right. A dead cockroach was found on a plate of khichdi, in fact, served to a patient at Fortis Hospital in Noida, raising serious concerns over the food safety in places meant to heal people. Now, the hospital may claim to follow strict hygiene protocols, but this incident tells a different story, a story that's in fact, is crawling with negligence. And this private hospital has issued a carefully crafted statement saying that they are reviewing the matter, but many are asking, is that enough? Well, this is all we could pack in 6 at 6 for you. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Keep watching Republic TV.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वो दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसा कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल। मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। ना मेरी बच्चियां, ना मेरी बच्ची छोटी वाली गिर के बेहोश हो जाती है। हमारा भाई जिम्मेदार है, वही हमारा सब कुछ था। हमारे पति शांत हो गए भैया, इकलौता बेटा था और मेरे कोई आगे पीछे नहीं भैया।
तो आप उनकी मां सोनम से कोई बातचीत करते थे कभी?
आप भैया कोई ना काम करता तो सोनम के भाई के यहाँ काम करता तो वो भी वही फैक्ट्री में वो भी काम करती थी। अब काम कर रहे में आप भी तो बात करोगे, कोई बात करेगा तो तुम भी बात करोगे। झूठा फंसा दिया भैया मेरे बच्चे को। 20 साल के बच्चे से कहाँ कार करता है, वो ऐसा बच्चा है भैया जैसे सब्जी कोई बेचता ना और उसके पैर में जूता चप्पल न हो, देख लेता तो अपने चप्पल जूता उतार के दे देता था। नंगे पैर आता था, मैं खूब चिल्लाती थी, मैं बोलती थी मैं खाना नहीं दूंगी, तेरे को चप्पल ला के नहीं दूंगी, मेरे पास नहीं, कहाँ से लाऊं, फिर भी दे के आ जाता था।
बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वही दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसे कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल।
जब घटना हुई?
हाँ भैया यही थे भैया, वहाँ पे नहीं, कहीं भी बाहर नहीं गया। ऑफिस वालों से पूछो ना, वो रोज ऑफिस जाते थे, गोडाउन जाते थे, वो ऐसा नहीं कर सकते।
क्या मांग करेंगे?
उनके साथ पूरी फैमिली है लेकिन हमारे साथ कोई नहीं है। हमारे भाई का अलावा फंसाया जा रहा है, मेरे भाई ने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। गाजीपुर एक ही नहीं है, बहुत सारे गाजीपुर है, पता नहीं दीदी कौन से गाजीपुर से मिली है, हम लोगों को तो नहीं पता ना।
आप कौन से वाले गाजीपुर से?
हम लोग फतेहपुर के पास जो गाजीपुर है, हम वहाँ के रहने वाले हैं।
अरेंज मैरिज है, दोनों की सम्मत बसी हुई थी। लड़की की भाभी ने एक बार फोन लगा के पूछा था कि जीजू तुमको हमारी वो पसंद है कि नहीं। बोले बिट्टू अगर नहीं हो तो बता दो। बोले नहीं हमको पसंद है, ऐसी बात आप क्यों कर रहे हैं। मगर ये बात हमने उससे सोनम से पूछा था कि आपको हमारा लड़का पसंद है क्या, तो उसने भी बोला था कि पसंद है।
सोनम की तलाश जल्द होना चाहिए क्योंकि सोनम का सुराग लगेगा तभी ये पता चलेगा कि राजा रघुवंशी के साथ क्या हुआ, आपके बेटे के साथ क्या हुआ।
अभी भी सोनम के मुंह से उगलाओ कि राजा के साथ क्या हुआ था, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम वही थी। और जब मैंने सोनम से बात करी थी, इसके बाद मैं राजा से बात करी थी 15 मिनट बाद, तो सोनम ने मेरे से हेलो नहीं बोला था कि मम्मी लो इनसे बात कर लो, डायरेक्ट उसको फोन दिया गया था। तो सोनम ही बता पाएगी कि क्या हुआ राजा के साथ। मैं सोनम के मुंह से ही सुनना चाहती हूँ। फांसी से भी बढ़ के होना चाहिए, मैं तो कह रही फांसी से भी बढ़ के होना चाहिए। कभी उसका हाथ थे तो, नहीं है तो नहीं दे सकते।
एक एंगल ये भी आ रहा है कि एक कोई बॉयफ्रेंड है, ये सूत्रों के हवाले से अभी सोनम का कोई बॉयफ्रेंड है जिसे इंदौर क्राइम ब्रांच ने पकड़ा है।
नहीं ये हमको नॉलेज नहीं, ये उनकी माँ से पूछो जाके, उनकी माँ को मालूम होगा ना। बच्चा अपने सामने बड़ा होता है, अपन को मालूम रहता ना कि इसका कौन है कौन नहीं है, कौन घर में आता है, किससे बात करती है, ये सब माँ को मालूम रहता। 20 मई को यहाँ से नहीं गई, वो अकेली उधर से गई। राजा यहाँ से गया और उसने राजा को 5:30 बजे से फोन लगाना चालू कर दिया था कि जल्दी आओ जल्दी आओ। इसके बाद में मैंने उसको 7 बजे सोनम को फोन लगाया कि राजा को 6:30 बजे से वहाँ पे क्यों बुलवाया है? तो बोले मम्मी वो उठते नहीं है इसलिए मैंने उनको फोन लगाया था। मैंने क्या राजा को चेन पहनने का क्यों बोला? नहीं झटका लगा एकदम सुन के। मैंने न्यूज जैसी देखी वैसे झटका मेरे को एकदम से लगा कि सोनम ऐसा कैसा कर सकती है। मेरा बच्चा तो उसके भरोसे गया था ना।
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहाँ है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी, उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Can I take that to General Bakshi? General Bakshi, a lot of you were interested in this, picking up as we are sharing details of the story. Imagine, sir, 1,803 containers of dangerous, hazardous, inflammable, potentially explosive building material, right? Shipping companies' estimate says there are only 1,754. The difference is 49 containers of this kind of material smuggled into India, suppose, or unaccounted for. What would be the implications?
Arnab, on the face of it, this... you are absolutely right. On the face of it, this is a very worrying incident. And I do not think we can take things just at the face value. So much of hazardous material, hazmat, on one ship, nitrocellulose. From my knowledge, military knowledge, nitrocellulose is one of the key components of explosives. You know, and who were the consignees? If it is coming to Nhava Sheva port, imagine this happening in the port, Arnab. One of the greatest, terror on the high seas, the nightmare scenario is that a ship with such hazmat material comes inside the port and somebody lets it off. You can imagine the kind of, it's a time bomb, which is being driven into your port. And the other, very dangerous thing is that if they try and use a ship to ram, if it is carrying such hazardous, cargo, such hazardous material, nitrocellulose, my God, then bunker oil. You can't ask for a better cocktail to set a whole harbor on fire.
Would it be normal with this kind of hazardous material, these thousands and thousands of tons of very hazardous material, dangerous material to go to the Nhava Sheva post? And why is there also not clarity as to who was supposed to receive all this?
No, Arnab, sometimes back there was a huge worry about ammonium nitrate, which is shipped into India and is used as fertilizer, right? And there was great worry that that is also the material that goes to make IEDs, improvised explosive devices, which are being used in a very massive way by the Maoists, by the Naxals, by other terrorist organizations. And there was a great amount of concern, but then, there were these lobbies, agricultural lobbies, which stepped in to see, no, you can't stop this, we can't raise the price of, basic fertilizer. But that basic fertilizer also serves as the base material for IEDs. And then a lot of steps had to be taken to see that this is regulated, that their entry is controlled, and accountability. Where exactly is being offloaded, who is taking it, where is it being, siphoned off. Extremely dangerous for internal security. So here you have nitrocellulose. That is far worse than ammonium nitrate. Nitrocellulose is the key of military grade explosives can be made from nitrocellulose, man. And then along with that you have bunker oil, classic material for IEDs. No, we have to get to the bottom of who the consignees were in India. You can't let this just pass as a one-off incident. We have to get to the bottom of who had ordered these, who were the consignees, who were the recipients, and why did the crew jump off? In a normal fire, crews are trained to handle that fire, to send their distress signals, to receive. They were in a very big hurry, tearing hurry, it seems, from prima facie. Of course, we'll have to wait till some more inputs come in. But this particular crew was in too much of a hurry to jump to abandoned ship. That means they were aware, as you are very rightly conjecturing, that there was something serious inside. And do you put explosive cargo inside the hold?
Sir, there's also styrene monomer, which is IMDG class 3. There is styrene monomer, which is IMDG class 3, which is highly inflammable, which polymerizes violently. It is found on the ship. It is a very hazardous air pollutant. If it left to polymerize, can cause a huge chain reaction for huge damage. So this is, I don't know. This is serious stuff.
Because this is highly unusual, because like even Admiral Sinha said, Shekhar Sinha said, ki, was it meant for some of our armament companies? I'm not sure at all, because and had it been for them, it would have been known by now. She's very right. Tara Kartha is absolutely right. By now, it should have been known who the hell is the recipient. Who in India is ordering nitrocellulose, if not one of our public sector companies which are involved in the manufacture of explosives? Nitrocellulose is no ordinary, material to be carrying around. Even ammonium nitrate.
Good evening, welcome to Republic TV. I'm Rhythm. We're going to focus on the top breaking news that's coming in on the top of this hour, the international news. And breaking news coming in, Donald Trump now announces a deal with China on the rare earths metal. Trump says the US deal with China is done. China is to supply full magnets to US now, says Trump. The big breaking news, President Donald Trump said a trade agreement has been reached between the United States and China, pending final approval from him. Just Chinese President Xi Jinping, following weeks of escalated tensions. I want to go across from our digital business desk to Pranav, who's joining us, our business editor. Pranav, following weeks of escalated tensions between both the countries, trade negotiations were carried out. Central to the deal is China's commitment to supply to the United States essential magnets and any necessary rare earth materials. According to Donald Trump's statement that has come in return, US will permit Chinese students to continue their studies at American colleges and universities. However, the agreement remains subject to final approval by the President, US Trump, and Chinese President Xi Jinping. Give us more details.
Well, as Trump has just Truth Social and made this huge announcement, it's a relief for the world community, because China since April 4 banned exports of 4 rare earth minerals, which there are a total of 17 of them, but China has banned 7 of them. In fact, the exports of 7 of them, as a result of which certain sectors such as defense and EVs were under pressure, and the countries across the world were really worried about the essential component that these minerals are for some of these sectors. So with this announcement, there seems to be a breakthrough, because China controls almost 60% of the world's rare earth minerals and has access to over 90% of its reserves across the globe.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. A big relief also coming in as Donald Trump announces a deal with China on the rare earth metals. And Trump now says that that deal with China is being worked out.
Los Angeles burning. Trump deploys Marines and National Guard. No peaceful protest lessons for United States. All-out anarchy in Trump's America. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहां है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी। उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना, वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी, सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से कोई बात हुई?
कोई बात नहीं हुई उनकी मम्मी से, किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या, और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने, और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया?
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना। सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था, और अपन उसको पहचानते नहीं थे। अपन ने तो जब देखा ये इतना बड़ा अपराधी और अपने बच्चे के उसमें ही अपने घर कैसा आ गया, इसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई।
तो कैसे बिहेव कर रहा था वो उस समय राज, जब वो घर में था, कैसा बिहेव कर रहा था?
देखो अपन ने उसको देखा नहीं था उस समय, तो हमारे यहाँ कोई ने भी नहीं देखा था। ये तो जो अभी राज की फोटो आ रही थी ना कि राज अपराधी ये गया, यहाँ से बैठे बैठे मैसेज पे वो चल रहा था, तब जाके हमारे पड़ोसी ने वीडियो निकाला और डाला कि ये तो यही लड़का है, बोले कि देखो उनके पापा को कैसा लेके आ रहा है बेटे जैसा, बोले।
Can I take that to General Bakshi? General Bakshi, a lot of you were interested in this, picking up as we are sharing details of the story. Imagine, sir, 1,803 containers of dangerous, hazardous, inflammable, potentially explosive building material, right? Shipping companies' estimate says there are only 1,754. The difference is 49 containers of this kind of material smuggled into India, suppose, or unaccounted for. What would be the implications?
Arnab, on the face of it, this... you are absolutely right. On the face of it, this is a very worrying incident. And I do not think we can take things just at the face value. So much of hazardous material, hazmat, on one ship. Nitrocellulose, from my knowledge, military knowledge, nitrocellulose is one of the key components of explosives. You know, and who were the consignees? If it is coming to Navasheva port, imagine this happening in the port, Arnab. One of the greatest, terror on the high seas, the nightmare scenario is that a ship with such hazmat material comes inside the port and somebody lets it off. You can imagine the kind of, it's a time bomb, which is being driven into your port. And the other, very dangerous thing is that if they try and use a ship to ram, if it is carrying such hazardous, cargo, such hazardous material. Nitrocellulose, my God, then bunker oil. You can't ask for a better cocktail to set a whole harbor on fire.
Would it be normal with this kind of hazardous material, these thousands and thousands of tons of very hazardous?
Welcome back. In a major boost for India's global ties, a potential $100 billion investment from Switzerland could reshape key sectors. Here's how India's talent and Swiss precision are aligning for a powerful partnership.
आपने देखा आज 1500 से अधिक स्विट्जरलैंड की नामी कंपनियां, विशेषकर जो अनुसंधान में हैं, जो प्रिसिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इंजीनियरिंग में काम कर रही हैं, जिनके कंपोनेंट्स विश्व में प्रसिद्ध हैं, ऐसी कंपनियों के बीच आज मुझे भारत की बात रखने का मौका मिला। मेरे यहाँ के मंत्री, वाणिज्य मंत्री और डेप्यूटी प्राइम मिनिस्टर गी पार्मेलिन के अनुरोध पर, उनके आमंत्रण पे मैं आया था और मैं समझता हूँ ये 2 दिवसीय स्विट्ज़रलैंड का जो आज पहला चरण ख़त्म हो रहा है दौरे का, बहुत ही सार्थक रहा है। जो $100 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट हम स्विट्ज़रलैंड से आने की संभावना रखते हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने कमिट किया है FTA में, उसके लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये एग्रीमेंट नॉर्वे, लिechtenstein और आइसलैंड ने तो रैटिफाई कर दिया है। स्विट्ज़रलैंड का प्रोसेस 2-2.5 महीने और चलेगा। अक्टूबर में अनुमान है कि इसको हम लागू कर पाएंगे और कई सेक्टर्स में निवेश की संभावना दिखती है। स्पेस के सेक्टर हो, हाई प्रिसिशन इंजीनियरिंग हो, फूड प्रोसेसिंग हो, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स हो। मैं समझता हूँ कि स्विट्ज़रलैंड ने जो टेक्नोलॉजी में अपनी एक नाम हासिल किया है, उसका पूरा लाभ भारत ले पाएगा, क्योंकि हमारे पास स्किल है, कौशल है, टैलेंट है, हमारे खर्चे कम है भारत में कोई भी चीज़ बनाने के। स्विट्ज़रलैंड में $1 लाख की पर कैपिटा इनकम है, तो यहाँ तो कुछ भी चीज़ बनाई हुई दुनिया की मार्केट में जा ही नहीं सकती है। भारत उनके लिए एक बहुत विश्वसनीय पार्टनर के रूप में, साझेदार के रूप में साबित होगा।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ? हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई, कि वो सोनम कहाँ है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी, उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया, वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो, वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना, वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी, सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से कोई बात हुई?
कोई बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से, किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने, और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया।
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना, सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी 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 जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था और अपन उसको पहचानते नहीं थे। अपन ने तो जब देखा ये इतना बड़ा अपराधी और अपने बच्चे के उसमें ही अपने घर कैसा आ गया, इसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई।
तो कैसे बिहेव कर रहा था वो उस समय राज, जब वो घर में था कैसा बिहेव कर रहा था?
देखो अपन ने उसको देखा नहीं था उस समय, तो हमारे यहाँ कोई ने भी नहीं देखा था। ये तो जो अभी राज की फोटो आ रही थी ना कि राज अपराधी ये गया, यहाँ से बैठे बैठे मैसेज पे वो चल रहा था, तब जाके हमारे पड़ोसी ने वीडियो निकाला और डाला कि ये तो यही लड़का है। बोले कि देखो उनके पापा को कैसा लेके आ रहा है बेटे जैसा। बोले
भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से ना।
बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते।
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम। Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहां है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी, उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी? सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से कोई बात हुई?
कोई बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या, और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने, और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया?
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना। सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था, और अपन उसको पहचानते नहीं थे। अपन ने तो जब देखा ये इतना बड़ा अपराधी और अपने बच्चे के उसमें ही अपने घर कैसा आ गया, इसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई।
तो कैसे बिहेव कर रहा था वो उस समय राज, जब वो घर में था, कैसा बिहेव कर रहा था?
देखो, अपन ने उसको देखा नहीं था उस समय, तो हमारे यहाँ कोई ने भी नहीं देखा था। ये तो जो अभी राज की फोटो आ रही थी ना कि राज अपराधी ये गया, यहाँ से बैठे बैठे मैसेज पे वो चल रहा था, तब जाके हमारे पड़ोसी ने वीडियो निकाला और डाला कि ये तो यही लड़का है। बोले कि देखो उनके पापा को कैसा लेके आ रहा है, बेटे जैसा। बोले
भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से।
बेकसूर है वो लोग।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Can I take that to General Bakshi? General Bakshi, lot of you were interested in this, picking up as we are sharing details of the story. Imagine, sir, 1,803 containers of dangerous, hazardous, inflammable, potentially explosive building material, right? Shipping companies' estimate says there are only 1,754. The difference is 49 containers of this kind of material smuggled into India, suppose, or unaccounted for. What would be the implications?
Arnab, on the face of it, this... you are absolutely right. On the face of it, this is a very worrying incident. And I do not think we can take things just at the face value. So much of hazardous material, hazmat, on one ship. Nitrocellulose, from my knowledge, military knowledge, nitrocellulose is one of the key components of explosives. You know, and who were the consignees? If it is coming to Nhava Sheva port, imagine this happening in the port, Arnab. one of the greatest, terror on the high seas, the nightmare scenario is that a ship with such hazmat material comes inside the port and somebody lets it off. You can imagine the kind of, it's a time bomb, which is being driven into your port. And the other, very dangerous thing is that if they try and use a ship to ram, if it is carrying such hazardous, cargo, such hazardous material, nitrocellulose, my God, then bunker oil. You can't ask for a better cocktail to set a whole harbor on fire.
Would it be normal with this kind of hazardous material, these thousands and thousands of tons of very hazardous material, dangerous material to go to the Nhava Sheva post? And why is there also not clarity as to who was supposed to receive all this?
No, Arnab, sometimes back there was a huge worry about ammonium nitrate, which is shipped into India and is used as fertilizer, right? And there was great worry that that is also the material that goes to make IEDs, improvised explosive devices, which are being used in a very massive way by the Maoists, by the Naxals, by other terrorist organizations. And there was a great amount of concern, but then, there were these lobbies, agricultural lobbies, which stepped in to see, no, you can't stop this, we can't raise the price of, basic fertilizer. But that basic fertilizer also serves as the base material for IEDs. And then a lot of steps had to be taken to see that this is regulated, that their entry is controlled, and accountability. Where exactly is being offloaded, who is taking it, where is it being, siphoned off. Extremely dangerous for internal security. So here you have nitrocellulose. That is far worse than ammonium nitrate. Nitrocellulose is the key of military grade explosives can be made from nitrocellulose, man. And then along with that you have bunker oil, classic material for IEDs. No, we have to get to the bottom of who the consignees were in India. You can't let this just pass as a one-off incident. We have to get to the bottom of who had ordered these, who were the consignees, who were the recipients, and why did the crew jump off? In a normal fire, crews are trained to handle that fire, to send their distress signals, to receive. They were in a very big hurry, tearing hurry, it seems, from prima facie. Of course, we'll have to wait till some more inputs come in. But this particular crew was in too much of a hurry to jump to abandon ship. That means they were aware, as you are very rightly conjecturing, that there was something serious inside. And do you put explosive cargo inside the hold?
Sir, there's also styrene monomer, which is IMDG class 3. There is styrene monomer, which is IMDG class 3, which is highly inflammable, which polymerizes violently. It is found on the ship. It is a very hazardous air pollutant. If it left to polymerize, can cause a huge chain reaction for huge damage. So this is, I don't know. This is serious stuff.
Because this is highly unusual, because like even Admiral Sinha said, Shekhar Sinha said, was it meant for some of our armament?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Wednesday edition of This Is Exclusive. Over 48 hours, a Singapore-based vessel is still on fire. Over 1,757 containers on board, but the mystery continues. The mystery of the missing containers. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we not only take you through the details of the firefighting operations that are being carried out by the Indian Coast Guard, but ladies and gentlemen, it's a massive fire at sea. Explosions echoing across the Arabian water, and now a troubling mystery emerging from the smoke. The Singapore flagged MV Van Hai 503 has been engulfed in flames for over 40 hours. A maritime emergency unfolding 65 nautical miles off the Kerala coast. What started as a fire in the forward bays has now become a full-scale crisis, with toxic smoke, hazardous cargo, and the constant risk of escalation as Indian Coast Guard and the Indian Navy teams battle around the clock to bring the situation under control. But as the firefighting continues, Republic's investigation has uncovered a stunning twist, one that raises far more questions than it answers. According to the official shipping records, the vessel loaded 157 containers carrying what they term it as dangerous IMDG. That's the class cargo from 6 international ports. But here comes the twist. Republic has found that 14 of the 143 containers that were loaded are now missing, undocumented, unaccounted for, and unexplained. The math simply does not add up. Could these missing containers hold the key to the continuous explosions on board? Were they quietly offloaded before final inspections? Or do they contain materials far more dangerous than declared, perhaps even banned substances? As salvors race to contain the threat and international experts are flown in to assess the damage, Republic is now putting out the questions that remain completely unanswered. Ladies and gentlemen, I just took you through all the visuals that came in over the last few days. Now, I'm going to take you through what's happening right now as we speak. What's the situation? But before that, let me take you through the headlines, and then I'm going to take you through first what's really happening off the Bepur coast. Mystery over multiple explosions on the Singapore cargo vessel grows. Republic investigates the case of 14 missing containers aboard the ship. Fire and thick plumes of smoke continue to engulf the vessel, 48 hours and counting. More salvors mobilized for operations. Communal clashes break out between protesters and the police and two communities in South 24 Parganas in West Bengal. Few people injured in the clashes. Violence and chaos ensues in Los Angeles. Mayor imposes curfew in downtown area amid mass arrests. Ladies and gentlemen, 48 hours and counting, the firefighting operations are still on. The fire on board has partially been contained, with approximately a little over 40% of the blaze suppressed as per the Indian Coast Guard. The vessel remains unmanned and adrift, drifting in a southeasterly direction. The vessel remains afloat but continues to emit heavy smoke. Fire is contained primarily in the forward bay area. No structural compromise has been reported as of now. However, ongoing thermal and gas risks exist near the affected compartments. What you see right now on your screens describe the situation as of today. This is the latest visual that has been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, this video was shot just about an hour ago. As you can see, this is the Indian Coast Guard's vessel continuing with the firefighting operation. In fact, the situation being as such that the Indian Coast Guard, or for that matter, investigators from the DG Shipping, are not in any position to get onto the ship. Only the fact that we are now being told that there has been another development. We are waiting for an official confirmation to come in, and we're going to break that information in a short while from now as to what they have been able to achieve by dousing the fire in the Forward Bay area. And that, remember, is the other developing news right now. On your screens right now is the condition of the vessel, the Singapore-based vessel, which is carrying about 1,754 containers. As you can clearly see, even now, 48 hours on, the fire rages on. And what I've been able to pick up from my sources is this, that because of the chemicals that this ship was actually carrying, many a times after they are in a position to douse the fire, it resurfaces. And that is the reason why it is getting extremely difficult for the Indian Coast Guard as well as the other agencies involved, particularly the Indian Coast Guard, carrying this out, this entire operation. We have now accessed 4 sets of images right now and videos that basically gives you a sense of what's the current situation right now. Now, the ship that was previously engulfed in flames has had the fire successfully doused only in the Forward Bay area. Currently located 90 kilometers from the shore, the vessel is being assisted by a tugboat to move further into deeper water. So what's the latest information that we have? We are now being given to understand the ship, which is roughly about 90 kilometers away from the shore, is now being taken deeper into the sea. In fact, a tugboat has now been used to pull this vessel, and they are essentially using a technique that has been employed by the Indian Coast Guard as well as the other officials right now. In fact, let me just take you through the details that is coming in from our reporters on the ground, and this is what we have got a confirmation about, that they have been able to connect the tow line. The tow line is basically a method by which the tugboat is connected to the vessel, and the vessel is thereafter being pulled. Now, let me also go across to my colleague Ashwin, who's been tracking the story along with me right now here. Ashwin, I just spoke to the Coast Guard a short while back, and the latest details that we are essentially getting right now is that the tow line has been connected, which means that the plan right now is to pull the ship away from the current location so that it does not create any more trouble closer to the shore. Ashwin, if you can hear me, the latest development is with regards to the tugboat that has been used to pull this ship. I'm not very sure whether Ashwin can hear me right now, but just quickly to take you, ladies and gentlemen, with the breaking news now coming in. The latest development in the last 1 hour is this, that right now, in order to avoid any possible oil spill, and the fact that the salvors have essentially been brought in, they are now trying to take this away, take the vessel a little deeper into the sea. Right now, this is very much part of the international waters right now, part of the India economic zone, and what the Indian Coast Guard as well as the other stakeholders are basically trying to do is take it deeper into the sea only to avoid any sort of marine disaster. And that is the reason why this method has now been employed. Now, these visuals that I'm showing you are the latest on your screens right now. So the fire is yet to be doused. So there is a lot of risk that is basically involved in pulling this vessel. And remember, this vessel is over 1,000 metric ton, and that is the reason it becomes even more difficult for them to take this forward. In fact, what we are also going to do right now, take you through the details of what has happened over the last 48 hours and why there is a mystery. And the mystery we're going to unravel in a short while from now. It's a towering blaze at the sea. Explosions are echoing off the Kerala coast. Even a short while back, there was another explosion that was reported. It's a deepening mystery surrounding a cargo ship that was supposed to sail smoothly into Nhava Sheva port. Tonight, Republic brings you this latest from the firefighting front. A Singapore-flagged container ship MV Van Hai 503 has been burning for over 48 hours. The Indian Coast Guard and the Indian Navy remain on high alert, battling the fire and searching for 4 missing crew members. But this isn't just a maritime emergency. It's quickly turning into an international puzzle, and not just that. It could also turn out to be one of the biggest national security threat.
Off the coast of Bepur in Kerala, a massive firefighting operation is underway for over 48 hours. A Singapore-flagged container ship en route a port in Maharashtra from Colombo has been up in flames. The fire reportedly broke out at 9:20 a.m. on Monday. By afternoon, flames spread to adjoining containers, forcing the crew to abandon the vessel using lifeboats. Responding swiftly, the Indian Coast Guard deployed 4 ships and INS Surat for rescue and firefighting operations. And by nightfall, 2 Dornier aircrafts were airborne to assist. 10:16 a.m. on Tuesday, the Coast Guard confirmed that explosions and fires were still active. While the forward section of the ship was brought under control, the midsection and container bay remained ablaze. As of Wednesday, only 40% of the fire was doused. While firefighting operations continue, the Indian Coast Guard confirmed to Republic that the blaze had not been contained.
These are chemical fires and they take time to extinguish. Generally, till the time the fuel is available and the chemical reaction is ongoing, these fires generally have a tendency to go on and on. And they do react with the surroundings to, at times go up in intensity, and there will be times when we feel that they're doused and they can be reignited. So it takes time to deal with chemical fires. We got this report yesterday morning at around 9:15, and then we came to know that the ship is having multiple explosions, and a nearby ship reported that they can sight a ship near to them which is on fire.
And that 4 crew members were missing.
Immediately, we had our Dornier aircraft in the area. We sent her, and she could see that the vessel was spewing fire. There was a lot of explosions going on, and the communication with the master on board with the Coast Guard Dornier indicated that the master and the crew wants to abandon the ship. They were total 22 crew, of which 18 abandoned, were recovered. 4 of the crew, we presume that they were doing firefighting, and the master says during the course of firefighting, they have been missing after an explosion.
But the main questions remain on the ship carrying 157 containers of hazardous materials that are prone to spontaneous combustion. The shipping company based in Taiwan has so far evaded Republic's repeated inquiries. And now, there are bigger questions. What triggered the fire? Why was the ship carrying hazardous material? And where are the missing containers?
Well, Republic's investigation into the MV Van Hai 503 fire has uncovered a startling discrepancy. While the ship essentially declared 157 containers across 6 port calls, including Kaohsiung, Hong Kong, Singapore, Port Klang and Colombo, as per the first report by the Indian Coast Guard, 14 containers are now missing with no explanation or documentation. Now, this breakdown shows 118 containers loaded in Kaohsiung, 9 in Hong Kong, 14 in Singapore, 2 in Port Klang, and none in Shekau, which happens to be in China, or even for that matter, Colombo. So if you add that up, it only brings it to about 143, which certainly does not add up. Now, this raises further questions. What is Van Hai Lines essentially hiding? Were they missing containers offloaded secretly, or are they part of their ongoing blasts on board? As the fire rages on, the missing container mystery could point to deeper lapses or concealed cargo. Ladies and gentlemen, let me try and break this up for you. This ship, which basically started its journey all the way from Singapore and thereafter made multiple port calls. Republic TV's investigation team did check with each of these port areas whether at all this ship, when they were making the port call, did they make any declaration or not. It turns out that it was selective in nature. We do not know as to why in Shekau in China there was no declaration that was essentially made, because each of the other places goes on to indicate that there was a declaration made, starting with 118 in the first place, and thereafter as it was proceeding towards Navasheva after Colombo, it turns out that they had already declared 143 containers with dangerous goods. Now, as per the Indian Coast Guard, they have information of 157. So what really happens to these 40? There's an official confirmation coming in from the Coast Guard that 15 to 20 containers are missing, and that could be because after the fire broke out, the explosions took place, some of the containers may have got displaced. But having said that, this has got even more deeper as to why there wasn't any clarity coming in from this particular shipping company about the total 143 containers and what is this 157 containers that the Indian Coast Guard was basically mentioning about, and whether at all this company has actually followed all the protocols in place. We have gone through the documents in each of these port areas, and this is where it adds up to. It's only about 143. The report that has been published by the Coast Guard mentions about 157. My colleague Aditya has dug deeper. It's a deep dive that we have essentially done to find out how many calls were made, how many port calls were made from the time the journey started, and thereafter what really happened. We're going to take you through some of the details here and how it all started, finally coming till where and what was the final destination. Here, ladies and gentlemen, the Navasheva airport, the port was the final destination, but it starts with Kaohsiung in Taiwan with 118 containers. So that's what they made a mention. Then it basically traverses, the ship basically traverses and finally comes to Singapore. When in Singapore, 14 containers, they declared that they have 14 containers with dangerous goods. Then when they reach Port Klang, they make another call that 2 additional containers that they have, and these are dangerous goods. It continues to go on, and it turns out that by the time it reached in Colombo, they made a declaration. No declaration was basically made of any containers with dangerous goods. So it stands only till there. And as it was moving towards Navasheva, that's where off the Bepor coast is when this fire was reported. So we are basically saying as each of these port calls were made, it turns out that they had only declared 143. So when they were off the Baypore coast, 157 is the information that the Indian Coast Guard had, even so much so that we have checked with the documents with the Kerala Maritime Board. Kerala Maritime Board says that only the logistics that they have or the manifest that they have is only of 143. The question is, what about the missing containers? Was there a deliberate attempt made by the company not to declare? We do not know. We reached out to the company on the first day itself. There too, remember, there is a clear discrepancy with regards to the number of containers that they had on board and the number of containers that fell off. So there is no clarity really coming in, despite the multiple questions that were put out. My colleague Aditya has also taken you through some of the details that are now coming in. Take a look.
The public investigation into MV Van High Lines 503 has uncovered a startling discrepancy. Now, while the ship declared 157 of the containers across 5 port calls made from the first, Koh Sai-Hang, second from the Hong Kong, third Singapore, fourth Port Klang, and the last came from the Colombo. Now, as per the first report filed by the Indian Coast Guard, 14 of the containers are now missing without justification, clarification, or even documentation. Now, the breakdown shows 118 of the containers were loaded from Koh Sai-Hang, 9 from the Hong Kong, 14 Singapore, 2 Port Klang, and none in Shikau or Colombo, which brings the number to total down to 143, which does not add up. Now, this raises some serious questions. The first, what is Van High Lines hiding? And second, were the missing containers were offloaded secretly, or are they the part of the explosions happening on board? Now, as the fire rages on, this missing container mystery could point to deeper lapses of concealed cargoes.
Well, in fact, we've reached out to the shipping company for a concrete answer on this entire deepening mystery right now. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end, I'm going to just quickly take you through of all that we know so far. We're digging deep because we believe that there is something more than what meets the eye right now. As we speak right now, only 40% of the blaze has been suppressed as of Wednesday. A short while back, we did check with the Indian Coast Guard. They said that the fire is still raging on and they're trying to douse it. They've been successful, but not completely. Firefighting continues in the forward bay areas that has been completed right now, enabling them to use the tugboat and push the boat further. Boundary cooling operations have essentially been initiated. That is, when I say the boundary cooling operations, that's basically around the ship that they are trying to carry on with the cooling operation. Preparations are underway to tackle the AFT section if the fire spreads. That's the further section that you're seeing. They're trying to contain the fire to a particular area. But since the explosions still continue, that is the reason why it's becoming even more difficult for them. 5 vessels and tugs have also been engaged and en route to the ship. These tugboats are essentially being used so that they can take the vessel away from the shore. This is to avoid any maritime disaster. Tug Saroja Blessing, equipped with 80 kilogram of firefighting foam, is also being employed right now as we speak. Salvors from Spain, UK and Netherlands have already been identified. The salvors are essentially bringing in with the technique that is basically required to ensure that it does not result in any sort of oil spill, because what they have on board is far more dangerous. Chemists as well as salvage engineers have also been mobilized right now, and they are basically carrying out with these operations. All of that put together, ladies and gentlemen, there are several unanswered questions. Tonight, our spotlight was only on the fact that there are missing containers. We do not know what's in those containers and whether at all there was a deliberate attempt that was made by the shipping company to hide anything or not. We're still awaiting for a response coming in from the shipping company, questions that have been posed so far. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. My colleague Tanisha will be with you in the trending.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वही दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसे कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल। भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। ना मेरी बच्चियां, ना मेरी बच्ची छोटी वाली गिर के बेहोश हो जाती है। हमारा भाई जिम्मेदार है, वही हमारा सब कुछ था। हमारे पति शांत हो गए भैया, इकलौता बेटा था, और मेरे कोई आगे पीछे नहीं भैया।
तो आप उनकी मां सोनम से कोई बातचीत करते थे कभी?
आप भैया कोई ना काम करता तो सोनम के भाई के यहाँ काम करता, तो वो भी वही फैक्ट्री में वो भी काम करती थी। अब काम कर रहे में आप भी तो बात करोगे, कोई बात करेगा तो तुम भी बात करोगे। झूठा फंसा दिया भैया मेरे बच्चे को। 20 साल के बच्चे से कहाँ कार करता है? वो ऐसा बच्चा है भैया जैसे सब्जी कोई बेचता ना, और उसके पैर में जूता चप्पल न हो, देख लेता तो अपने चप्पल जूता उतार के दे देता था। नंगे पैर आता था, मैं खूब चिल्लाती थी, मैं बोलती थी मैं खाना नहीं दूंगी, तेरे को चप्पल ला के नहीं दूंगी, मेरे पास नहीं, कहाँ से लाऊं? फिर भी दे के आ जाता था।
बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वही दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसे कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल।
जब घटना हुई?
हाँ भैया यही थे भैया, वहाँ पे नहीं, कहीं भी बाहर नहीं गया। ऑफिस वालों से पूछो ना, वो रोज ऑफिस जाते थे, गोडाउन जाते थे, वो ऐसा नहीं कर सकते।
क्या मांग करेंगे?
उनके साथ पूरी फैमिली है, लेकिन हमारे साथ कोई नहीं है। हमारे भाई का अलावा फंसाया जा रहा है, मेरे भाई ने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। गाजीपुर एक ही नहीं है, बहुत सारे गाजीपुर है। पता नहीं दीदी कौन से गाजीपुर से मिली है, हम लोगों को तो नहीं पता ना।
आप कौन से वाले गाजीपुर से?
हम लोग फतेहपुर के पास जो गाजीपुर है, हम वहाँ के रहने वाले हैं।
अरेंज मैरिज है, दोनों की सम्मत बसी हुई थी। लड़की की भाभी ने एक बार फोन लगा के पूछा था कि जीजू तुमको हमारी वो पसंद है कि नहीं? बोले बिट्टू अगर नहीं हो तो बता दो। बोले नहीं हमको पसंद है, ऐसी बात आप क्यों कर रहे हैं? मगर ये बात हमने उससे सोनम से पूछा था कि आपको हमारा लड़का पसंद है क्या, तो उसने भी बोला था कि पसंद है।
सोनम की तलाश जल्द होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सोनम का सुराग लगेगा तभी ये पता चलेगा कि राजा रघुवंशी के साथ क्या हुआ, आपके बेटे के साथ क्या हुआ।
अभी भी सोनम के मुंह से उगलाओ कि राजा के साथ क्या हुआ था, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम वही थी। और जब मैंने सोनम से बात करी थी, इसके बाद मैं राजा से बात करी थी 15 मिनट बाद, तो सोनम ने मेरे से हेलो नहीं बोला था कि मम्मी लो इनसे बात कर लो, डायरेक्ट उसको फोन दिया गया था। तो सोनम ही बता पाएगी कि क्या हुआ राजा के साथ। मैं सोनम के मुंह से ही सुनना चाहती हूँ। फांसी से भी बढ़ के होना चाहिए, मैं तो कह रही फांसी से बढ़ के होना चाहिए। कभी उसका हाथ थे तो नहीं है तो नहीं दे सकते।
एक एंगल ये भी आ रहा है कि एक कोई बॉयफ्रेंड है, ये सूत्रों के हवाले से अभी सोनम का कोई बॉयफ्रेंड है जिसे इंदौर क्राइम ब्रांच ने पकड़ा है।
नहीं, ये हमको नॉलेज नहीं, ये उनकी माँ से पूछो जाके, उनकी माँ को मालूम होगा ना। बच्चा अपने सामने बड़ा होता है, अपन को मालूम रहता ना।
From your smartphones to your smart TV, trending topics are breaking the internet by storm. In what seems to be like a blatant duplicity, the United States has praised Pakistan for support against the ISIS. And while US is praising Pakistan, their own country, America, is burning with massive protests being held in Los Angeles. From friends to foes to back to being friends again, well, that's how it looks like when Elon Musk saying that he went way too far on his Trump latest flip. The wife who turned killer, Sonam Raghuvanshi, has finally confessed to her crime, and also on the show is the 10-year-old racing sensation from Kashmir. We have this and a lot more for you on this edition of Trending Today with me, Tanisha Awasthi. In what looks like a blatant double standard, the United States has praised Pakistan for support against ISIS. United States Central Command Chief General Michael says, and I quote, "Pakistan has been a phenomenal counter-terrorism partner for America. This comes even as Donald Trump for the longest time has claimed to be the flag bearer of an anti-terrorism stance." Watch this.
Trying to do external plots globally to include against the homeland. Right now, what we saw is the Taliban, in going after ISIS-K, they hate each other, pushed a lot of them into the tribal areas on the Afghan-Pakistan border. Through a phenomenal partnership with Pakistan, they have gone after ISIS Khorasan, killing dozens of them. Through a relationship we have with them, providing intelligence, they have captured at least 5 ISIS Khorasan high-value individuals. They extradited back Jafar, who was one of the key individuals behind the Abbey Gate bombing. And the first person they called, Chief of the Army Staff Munir, was me, and said, "I've caught him. I'm willing to extradite him back to the United States. Please tell the Secretary of Defense and the President." So we are seeing Pakistan, with limited intelligence that we're providing them, go after them using their means to do that. And we're seeing an effect on ISIS Khorasan. At the same point, they are continuing to move around. Sometimes they'll try and go back into Afghanistan. We have the means to be able to collect, but for the most part right now, they're hanging out right in that border area of Pakistan. And I would also tell you that, since 2024, the beginning, Pakistan had over 1,000 terrorist attacks in the western area, killing about 700 security and civilians and 2,500 wounded. They're in an active counterterrorism fight right now, and they have been a phenomenal partner in the counterterrorism world.
It seems like I addressed a summit of more than 50 Arab and Muslim leaders, a unique meeting in the history of nations, where key players in the region agreed to stop supporting terrorism, whether it be financial, military, or even moral support. The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism.
It was not even a month ago when Donald Trump was seen rubbing shoulders with the former Al-Qaeda and ISIS terrorist, now Syrian President Ahmad al-Sharaa. Trump even went on to say that Ahmad is a young, attractive and tough guy with very strong past.
How did you find the Syrian president?
Right. I think very good. Young, attractive guy, tough guy. Strong pass. Very strong pass fighter.
Does that worry you at all?
He's got a real shot at pulling it together.
And if this wasn't enough, Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir has now been invited to Washington, D.C. for the United States Army Day celebrations on June 14th. anger is palpable. Reactions are on your screens. Netizens have said, and I quote, "United States without double standards is just impossible." Another ex-user has slammed the Trump government, saying that the United States still didn't learn from 9/11. Meanwhile, another user has called out the sheer duplicity of their stance. The streets of LA are witnessing a massive and unprecedented unrest. Clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement. Cars were set ablaze. Rubber bullets were fired. There is absolute mayhem. President Donald Trump has deployed federal forces to restore law and order.
Only go right by having the military, it de-escalates. I mean, that was the only way. These people are agitators, they're troublemakers. These are insurrectionists, they're agitators or troublemakers. At a minimum, they're troublemakers.
Mayor Karen Bass has also declared a local emergency and imposed a curfew in downtown LA as unrest continues to grip the city.
That I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted, and I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties.
Despite the curfew and arrest, multiple groups were spotted on the streets. It is an all-out anarchy on the streets of Los Angeles. In a now viral video, masked looters were seen ransacking Apple store amid the protests that ensued on the streets of LA. Meet Atika Mir, the 10-year-old Indian racing prodigy who's taking the motorsport world by a storm. Atika has just become the first Indian and the only Asian this year to clinch a top 10 finish in the fiercely competitive Rotax Euro Trophy. It is one of the world's premier karting championships. Her achievement is even more remarkable considering the challenges she faced. Unpredictable rain, tough penalties, and the pressure of competing against the best young drivers from across the globe. Here with me, just a few moments back, I spoke to the fast and fierce Atika Mir and her father Asif Mir. Take a listen in. Joining me is the racing sensation at just 10 years of age, Atika Mir. Atika, we see you are there. You are with your father Asif Mir as well. Atika, my first question to you, how does it feel becoming a racing sensation at just 10 years of age?
It feels really good, especially when I'm also like really young and I'm achieving a lot of things in my racing journey. It's a big thing, and I think I've done many achievements in my life, and I'm hoping to do a lot more.
Well, absolutely. You are a sensation right now. Asif Mir is Atika's father. He's also joining us on the broadcast today. Asif, how does it feel seeing your daughter reach a milestone at such a young age? How does it feel like a father? I'm sure you must be very proud of her today.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a very proud moment for any parent to, see your child doing well. And at the same time, she just started off and, she has a long way to go. So we're keeping our feet on the ground and, trying to take this long journey to Formula One.
Absolutely. Atika, I see you're on the seat, on the hot seat, and you have a driving handle with you as well. Would you mind explaining it to our viewers? What's the area like where you are, and what is it that you're sitting on there?
The thing that I'm sitting on is actually like a simulator. You can't see all of it, but it's really big. So it's just like a car, but at home. So and you get to practice tracks on it, and you get to that's the main thing you gotta do on the simulator.
Absolutely. Atika, when did you wanted to start racing? All of it that at this young age is commendable. And when was that first thought that crept into your mind that I want to do this?
It came to me when I was like 5 years old. So then I wanted to, I got inspired with my father. So he was like a Formula 8 racer when in the early 2000s. So then I also got inspired and I also wanted to do something like him. So then I did, and I am doing it now.
That's absolutely amazing. Asif, you have given your daughter a huge push that many would want their daughters to give today. Were there any hurdles that you had encountered in this journey so far?
I think a lot of hurdles. First of all, right within the family and friends would keep coming and saying, what are you doing? She's a girl, typical taboo questions.
Right.
And it's even a taboo in India. It's actually a taboo all over the world.
Right.
Girls have never found the space in racing. And, that inspired me to do even more. And especially when I saw that she has very good natural talent. So we took it upon us as a challenge, and we still are in the middle of it. But challenges from the society, one. Second, challenges from the karting fraternity itself, the racing fraternity.
Yes.
So we just have to face them. There's a lot of on-track stuff, bullying, targeting, being a female, etc. But we have to deal with it.
Yeah, and I'm sure all of you, both of you have overcome those challenges, those hurdles, and this is where Atika is standing today. We are very proud of you, Atika, and all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Hot off the plate and set straight to your screens, viewers. Our next segment is Hot Trends. RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav recently celebrated his 78th birthday in style at his Patna residence. The veteran leader marked the occasion by cutting a massive 78 kg laddu cake with a sword, surrounded by his family and supporters. The Indian government is all set to implement a new rule that will standardize the temperature settings for air conditioners across the country. Union Minister Manohar Lal Khattar announced that ACs will be restricted to operate between 20 degrees Celsius and 28 degrees Celsius, aiming to curb excessive electricity consumption and elevate pressure on the power grid. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has firmly denied rumours of buying the Royal Challengers of Bengaluru team, calling himself not a madman for considering such a move. He even quipped, and I quote, "I don't even drink Royal Challenge." K-pop fans rejoice. Jimin and Jungkook, two members of the iconic group BTS, have officially completed the mandatory military service in South Korea. Well, it seems like patch-up is on the cards. Elon Musk has expressed regret over his recent criticism of Donald Trump, hinting at a possible reconciliation between the two after a very dramatic and a very public brawl. Musk's apology comes a day after of heated online exchanges with some social media users labeling the development a big, beautiful patch-up. The internet is still in splits. There is a meme fest that has erupted. Watch these hilarious reactions from the Twitterati. And that's all that we could pack in this edition of Trending Today. We will be back tomorrow sharp at 7:30 p.m. with more trending stories. Till then, stay tuned. Coming up after the break is Debate with Arnab.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल, सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से ना। बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वही दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसे कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल। भैया मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता, मेरा बच्चा कभी ऐसा काम नहीं कर सकता भैया, कभी ऐसा काम नहीं सकता। 20 साल की उसकी उम्र है भैया। जब से हम सुना 3 दिन से हम पानी नहीं पिए, जब से मेरा बच्चा गया परसों के दिन से। ना मेरी बच्चियाँ, ना मेरी बच्ची छोटी वाली गिर के बेहोश हो जाती है। हमारा वही जिम्मेदार है, वही हमारा सब कुछ था। हमारे पति शांत हो गए भैया, इकलौता बेटा था, और मेरे कोई आगे पीछे नहीं भैया।
आप उनकी मां सोनम से कोई बातचीत करते थे कभी?
आप भैया कोई ना काम करता तो सोनम के भाई के यहाँ काम करता तो वो भी वही फैक्ट्री में वो भी काम करती थी। अब काम कर रहे में आप भी तो बात करोगे, कोई बात करेगा तो तुम भी बात करोगे। झूठा फंसा दिया भैया मेरे बच्चे को। 20 साल के बच्चे से कहाँ कार करता है? वो ऐसा बच्चा है भैया जैसे सब्जी कोई बेचता ना और उसके पैर में जूता चप्पल न हो, देख लेता तो अपने चप्पल जूता उतार के दे देता था। नंगे पैर आता था, मैं खूब चिल्लाती थी, मैं बोलती थी मैं खाना नहीं दूंगी, तेरे को चप्पल ला के नहीं दूंगी, मेरे पास नहीं, कहाँ से लाऊं? फिर भी दे के आ जाता था। बेकसूर है वो लोग, कभी ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, कभी भी नहीं। वो दोनों ऐसा नहीं कर सकते, विक्की और राज, वही दोनों मेरे भैया, वो दोनों ऐसे कभी नहीं कर सकते अंकल।
जब घटना हुई?
हाँ भैया यही थे भैया, वहाँ पे नहीं, कहीं भी बाहर नहीं। आप ऑफिस वालों से पूछो ना, वो रोज ऑफिस जाते थे, गोडाउन जाते थे, वो ऐसा नहीं कर सकते।
क्या मांग करेंगे?
उनके साथ पूरी फैमिली है लेकिन हमारे साथ कोई नहीं है। हमारे भाई का अलावा फंसाया जा रहा है। मेरे भाई ने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। गाजीपुर की नहीं है, बहुत सारे गाजीपुर है, पता नहीं दीदी कौन से गाजीपुर से मिली, हम लोगों को तो नहीं पता ना।
आप कौन से वाले गाजीपुर से?
हम लोग फतेहपुर के पास जो गाजीपुर है हम वहाँ के रहने वाले हैं।
अरेंज मैरिज है, दोनों की सम्मत बसी हुई थी। लड़की की भाभी ने एक बार फोन लगा के पूछा था कि जीजू तुमको हमारी वो पसंद है कि नहीं? बोले बिट्टू अगर नहीं हो तो बता दो। बोले नहीं हमको पसंद है, ऐसी बात आप क्यों कर रहे हैं? मगर ये बात हमने उससे सोनम से पूछा था कि आपको हमारा लड़का पसंद है क्या, तो उसने भी बोला था कि पसंद है।
सोनम की तलाश जल्द होना चाहिए क्योंकि सोनम का सुराग लगेगा तभी ये पता चलेगा कि राजा रघुवंशी के साथ क्या हुआ, आपके बेटे के साथ क्या हुआ।
अभी भी सोनम के मुंह से उगलाओ कि राजा के साथ क्या हुआ था, क्योंकि लास्ट टाइम वही थी। और जब मैंने सोनम से बात करी थी, इसके बाद मैं राजा से बात करी थी 15 मिनट बाद, तो सोनम ने मेरे से हेलो नहीं बोला था कि मम्मी लो इनसे बात कर लो, डायरेक्ट उसको फोन दिया गया था। तो सोनम ही बता पाएगी कि क्या हुआ राजा के साथ। मैं सोनम के मुंह से ही सुनना चाहती हूँ, फांसी से भी बढ़ के।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
मेरी नई हुंडई एक्स्ट्रा तुमने भी तो कल नई कार ली है ना, उसमें भी तो होगा ना ये वॉइस इनेबल सनरूफ
है ना अंकल? सिंगर इनेबल सनरूफ।
और बेनिफिट्स ये तो मिले होंगे ना?
ये मिला।
हाँ, हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। Okay, man. I'm all right, mate. Thank you. Okay, man. I'm all right, mate. Thank you.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here.
On those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on. Got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down. It was 7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, you talk about an incompetent governor. He's an incompetent person. That he was picked, well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff...
Legal showdown between RCB and Karnataka government.
Everyone wants trophy, no one wants accountability. Who will take the responsibility for Bengaluru stampede? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility. Asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your Prime Time starts here.
Legal showdown between RCB and Karnataka government. Everyone wants trophy, no one wants accountability. Who will take the responsibility for Bengaluru stampede? Debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your Prime Time starts here.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, West Bengal back to its old template of communal clashes and the police looking on helplessly. At 8:25 p.m. tonight, mega showdown between the RCB and the Karnataka Congress government. They're fighting each other, and this is the disgrace, and they should really feel sorry for what they've done to the cricket fans. And at 9 o'clock this evening, the global #1 story, America is burning and how it's just burning and spinning out of control. The story we're leading with tonight, and the story that should be reported and asked everywhere across, why is the Bengal police always so helpless in cases of communal clashes? Look at pictures like this. The police almost seems overwhelmed every time there is a communal clash. And every time there are people out there of a specific community who carry out these communal clashes, why does the police appear so helpless against them? Now, is there Hindu phobia or not? Was the area near a Shiv temple vandalized? Was a sacred Tulsi altar damaged or pushed aside? Was there an out-of-control mob that attacked the police with stones and bricks? In fact, there was such a mob attack that a huge stone landed right next to and hurt a Republic Bangla reporter. Vehicles vandalized, shops in the area damaged, people injured in stone pelting, additional troops called out, specifically additional troops targeted with brick bats, troops and forces from Kolkata deployed, police officer injured, bloodied by a brick. You see what happened to the Republic reporter, a mob unleashing havoc in front of the Rabindranagar police station, burning tires, police vehicles vandalized. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you tonight that the place you're reporting from tonight and the pictures you're seeing this evening is just 13 to 14 kilometers from Victoria Memorial in Kolkata, in the heart of Kolkata. This is Meteor Bruce, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a one-off incident. Each time in Bengal, it cannot be a one-off incident. The fact of the matter is the Mamta police is not in control of the situation. And Mamta should show the courage. She should show some ounce of leadership required to send a message to the vandals and the mobs that whatever the politics, they can't take law and order for granted. Let's debate.
Stone pelting, vandalism, and complete anarchy. Stones were hurled from rooftops. Stones, big and small, littered on the roads. A bike set on fire right in front of the Rabindranagar police station. Police personnel attacked. This is a communal clash that broke out this afternoon in West Bengal's South 24 Parganas. Bengal police failed to manage the violent mob miserably. Republic Bangla reporter Anupam Patra, who was reporting live from the location, was attacked by the rioters and injured.
Side, yes.
The communal clash broke out over Jagannath Yatra rituals around noon, with those opposed to the Yatra taking law in their hands. A mob allegedly vandalized a shop and a temple in South Parganas' Maheshtala area, triggering the clash. Soon, the two sides began throwing stones and bricks at each other. Mob unleashed havoc, burnt tires in protest. Vehicles and houses were vandalized, and tensions escalated quickly. Additional rapid action force was deployed along with the police personnel. Tear gas shells were fired, lathi charge on rioters, but the situation only worsened. As Bengal saw another episode of complete lawlessness, BJP accused Bengal government of appeasement. BJP's charge: Hindus are being targeted yet again.
হিন্দুদের বাড়ি ভাঙা হচ্ছে, তুলসী মঞ্চ ভাঙা হয়েছে, মন্দিরের একটা অংশ ভাঙা হয়েছে। মেটিয়াবুরুজ বিধানসভা, মহেশতলা পৌরসভা, রবীন্দ্রনগর পুলিশ স্টেশন, ওয়ার্ড নাম্বার 7, পচা গজা আর পেড়া খাইয়ে হিন্দু নিধন প্রত্যেক দিন পশ্চিমবাংলার কোথাও না কোথাও এখান থেকে 10 কিলোমিটার দূরে হিন্দু বাড়ি ভাঙছেন। এই জন্যই সরকারকে মুসলিম লীগের সরকার বলা হয়।
Has the Bengal government not learnt any lessons from Murshidabad?
Why does the clash begin? The clash begins. Priyanka Tibrewal, welcome. Ratan Shahda, welcome. Tausif, Advocate Tausif Khan, welcome. Anirban, the clash begins after, what I'm told, one person is stopped from setting up a shop near a local Hindu temple, a Shiv temple. Right? Now, one is, why is he stopped? Why are Hindus not allowed to set up small shops for a short time near a Hindu temple? I don't see the problem here. I don't see why any other community or people from any other community should object.
I think it's high time that people change their political classes and stop seeing anything that happens in West Bengal as communal. Shubhendu Adhikari, out of his desperation and frustration,
Communal. Somebody
2026 is the last chance that he'll get from the
communal.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Priyanka, I will come to you. I just wanted to set the context right.
Through his false narratives, he will try and turn anything into communal because this is the only straw that he has got, the BJP has got. They have got no chance, let alone win, even save the 77 number of seats.
Forget the politics. Forget the politics. Forget the politics. Why should a Hindu not be able to set up a small shop near a Hindu temple? What is the real problem?
Question is itself is wrong. Your premise, your factual premise is completely false.
Why? There are no shops near mosques.
There are shops
Do
near
Muslims
mosques,
not set up shops near
temples,
mosques?
near gurudwaras, near churches, everywhere around West Bengal.
Louder,
you go around
please.
in Kolkata, you go around in Kolkata, right where the old BJP party office is, there is a very famous mosque called Nakoda Masjid. There are hundreds of shops around Nakoda Masjid.
But that is okay. But you Hindus can't set up shops near a mosque, near a mandir.
I'll tell you. And say Kalighat Mandir, Kalighat Temple. I don't know whether you have been to Kalighat Temple. There are thousands
Many
of
more
shops
times than you.
Kalighat.
Many more times than you. You should also start going.
So there are thousands of shops around the Kalighat temple. Every temple or mosque or church has got shops and houses around them. No problems. There's nothing communal about this particular incident. Shubhendu Adhikari is simply trying to play his own political cards, but he's failing again miserably. Nothing new in that.
Okay, is this a case of Hindus being targeted? If so, why? Priyanka and then Tausif.
This is so very clear, Arnab. He started with 77 seats of BJP. I want to tell you that please, Anirban, whether BJP wins 77 seats or not, I would not like to see a day that my brother's Anirban's house is attacked by somebody from some other community. I don't want such day to come. Now, when a mandir is vandalized, when it is attacked, you say it is not communal. Why? How come it is not communal? Because one particular community is seen there and doing that in front of the police. The police was helpless. The police did not stop them. This is a sorry state of affairs, but I would like to state that this kind of vandalism, Gundaism, has now become the culture here under the Mamata government. Because this government has instilled confidence in these kind of perpetrators who are not registered under law, who are not booked, who are not arrested. So they have this confidence that we are from one particular community, nobody can...
Are you saying the stone pelting was done by a Muslim mob?
Yes. Yes, it was done by a Muslim mob when the Jagannath Yatra was taking place.
No.
Tell me which Hindu will go and attack a Jagannath Yatra? During Murshidabad also they said that this is not done by a particular community, although the report says so. Not just that, the report mentioned that the police were inadequate. There was a failure of police, and the same we can see today. Because when the boy was being stopped from vandalizing the Tulsi Puja Sthal over there, police was present, police was trying to stop him, but they don't care about the police. We have seen this police.
Now, this is a Muslim majority area.
Was being burnt, they were
is this, again, you see, in the context of the previous situation where the observation had been of many people, that whenever there are Hindus in parts of South Bengal which have become Muslim majority, they are not safe. Right? And more such incidents happen. And Tosi, when they happen, the police stands as a helpless spectator. More a victim than there to control the situation. You know, in front of these large crowds which become very violent, the police doesn't seem to be able to do anything. It's really a sorry state of affairs. I mean, if you can't control the state, why run the state?
Arnab, that's a false narrative. You are being fed wrong news by the BJP media cell.
You are seeing the visuals out there. Are the visuals also AI generated by the BJP media cell? Are the visuals AI generated? Are these visuals AI generated? No, you tell me, are these visuals AI generated? Are these visuals true or not? Have these pictures happened? Has the violence happened? Has there been an out-of-control mob? Has the police looked helpless? Have people been attacked? Have stones been pelted? Have vehicle windows been shattered? Have local houses and bricks thrown from them? Or are the bricks also air generated?
I've heard you.
No, don't give me a narrative, man. Deal with the situation. You can't deal with it, then quit.
You need to learn some discipline. You need
well,
to
you teach discipline to the mobs out there. Teach discipline to the mobs.
Police resorted
Teach discipline to the mobs, I say. Teach the mobs discipline.
It's a false narrative.
False narrative, my foot.
One particular community mob.
First, I have to discipline the mob inside the studio. There is a mob inside the studio. Who will discipline that? I have to discipline it.
You discipline.
Now, police resorted to lathi charge. Police resorted to tear gas. Come on, Priyanka, please don't jump in.
Community.
And Priyanka, versus.
One community is being
please don't
attacked.
jump in. Please.
We have a lot of discipline. That is why we do not retaliate.
Again.
Understand? That is the discipline which is there in the Hindus. And that is the reason.
No, what you say. No, he says, how do you know it's communal? Well, I want to tell you, if attacking a temple is not communal, then what is communal? In the case of Babri Masjid, you say it's communal. But if a temple is attacked or the area around a temple is attacked or targeted, and if Hindus are targeted, it's not communal. How is that?
Come on.
What is there to come on?
You are spreading misinformation.
Misinformation, the most outrageous thing is you appear to be in denial about what's happening in Maheshtola. 15 kilometers from Victoria Memorial. 15 kilometers as the crow flies from Victoria Memorial. This is happening. Structure?
There is no temple structure. There is no temple structure, no brick wall, nothing of temple. There's no temple over there. You are spreading misinformation and lies. You are telling lies.
What are you talking?
Priyanka, you are party to this crime. You are spreading misinformation and lies.
If your homework is not complete,
you are spreading misinformation and lies. First of all,
there is a video where this perpetrator from a particular community is...
I am giving a classwork. Priyanka, take a classwork from me. Listen to me. First of all, there is no temple structure, there is no brick wall, there is no nothing. You are talking about Tulsi
national television.
Yes, we all respect that.
And trying to show as if, we are doing nothing. You are doing nothing. Your government
lathi charge, police resorted to tear gas to control the crowd. So please don't say that police was...
Is made the general secretary in Trinamool. This is done for what?
Run up to the...
Now, one minute. The allegation put here, 1 minute. The allegation put here, I need 1 minute. Just one, let me get a response to what you said. Just let me get a response to what you said. Tausif, I'm getting a response to what you said. Now, Priyanka, both of you don't talk right now. We are on facts right now. I want to establish a few facts out here because Shukanto Majumdar has said, he has claimed that a Shiv temple was vandalized right in front of a police station. Now, Tausif says there was no temple at all in question. Can you establish that Sukanto, what he has said is verifiable and true? Put it in legal terms. Can you please let her respond, Priyanka?
Whatever he said was absolutely correct. Not just that, the place where the incident took place, from there the police station is not even 150 meters away. But police did not take any action. By the time they vandalized the temple, then they were trying to vandalize the Tulsi plant. And there is a video of that. There is a video which we have also posted. But like they say, no, they don't see anything. They don't see anything. See, here is the video. But they don't see anything.
Show me the wall. Show me.
And you can see police also. You can see the police also who is trying to stop. Who's trying to stop?
What is police doing? Resorting to lathi charge and resorting to tear gas. That is what.
Not just that. See, number of times even the courts had to intervene, and they have said.
What lies
they have said that police is ineffective. Not just that, police is inadequate in Bengal because this government is busy, giving 3,000 rupees to people on the street and giving them uniforms that you stand as a police, as a traffic guard. This is what they are doing. So where you do not have people who know how to control the crowds, what will happen? This government is a useless government. They do not have money for the teachers, salary to be paid to the teachers. Similarly, they are not employing police. And I will not refrain from saying this, even this particular police station, you see, most of the police stations, they are now giving jobs to whom? To a particular community.
So most of the places you will find that the officer in charge is from one particular community. The SDPO is from one particular community. And that is why they don't take any action. Because people from the Hindu community are being targeted and killed. This is happening in Bengal. Not just that, I am telling you. Parizada Qasim Siddiqui, 2 days back, TMC has made them General Secretary. Why? Why is he made the General Secretary? Again, to consolidate the Muslim vote. Because Mamata knows very well that no Hindus are going to vote for her. After the way Hindus are being tortured in Bengal, no Hindu will
you see, sensitivities are there everywhere. Let me broaden it. I want to get in Ratan Sharda. Now, one minute. Just a minute. It cannot be that one community is very sensitive and the sensitivities of one community are taken very seriously and legal and police action follows. People are arrested. Matters go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court gives major observations. But when it comes to the Hindu community, it cannot be another situation. Fact of the matter. Let's place some facts here. The allegation is that the clash begins after a person is stopped from setting up a shop near a Hindu temple. This leads to one group vandalizing the area near the temple. Some local residents get extremely angry. Stones are pelted. A police officer is injured. Right? The incident happens in Maheshtala, which is near the Rabindranagar police station in the Bajwaj area. Right? In front of the temple, there are shops. In front of a closed shops, flower pots and a tulsi plant were placed. On Wednesday, when the shop opened, the allegation is the pots and the tulsi plant are found broken. Tension is escalated. Then a mob comes in to retaliate. Police bike is burnt right in front of the Rabindranagar police station. The core issue is this. Is there any bias is the core issue? One. Secondly, is the police in Bengal looking increasingly helpless, Ratan Sharda? Is the police ahead of the elections looking utterly helpless? Like they don't have the political direction to act as tough as they need to?
Police can be as effective as the government is. This is not appeasement. Your heading is wrong. It is surrender. Surrender to lawless people, to rioters, because it is the first time it has happened. When these people claim that why don't you go to police and why do you riot? I ask the same question. When somebody doesn't go to police station or complain in their riots and police looks helpless, what will the number of police do? Is it the first time? You'll recall the Malda riots which are suppressed by the same Mamata government and police was asked to keep quiet. When 3 days back there was Bakrid and rivers of blood are flowing on the lanes of Bengal, which was against the law because it cannot have slaughter in the open. Where is the police? Nowhere. Murshidabad, Mamata Banerjee doesn't go to Hindus villages where the riots took place. She calls the Maulvis and Maulanas to a stadium and bows down to them saying, please keep calm. Please keep calm on what? On a bill which has been discussed, which has come out. So they can run riot, they will not do police, they will not do courts, and the chief minister will bow before them, but she will not look after the Hindu interest. Now, this is the continuous history that in any festival, you will find Hindus being attacked and Mamata keeping quiet. You remember when Ram Navami were allowed by the High Court, Mamata Banerjee said this will lead to riots. So Hindus are always rioting, the other people are always calm, and Hindus deserve the kick in the back by the police. But when somebody breaks the law in front of their eyes, police will keep quiet.
Very interestingly, I'm not seeing much of a comment from Abhishek, though this is Diamond Harbour constituency. Used to be at least his constituency. Now, very interesting. Abhishek is not speaking. He's busy travelling the world as part of the all-party delegation. He's leaving it to his aunt to handle the mess that Bengal is in. What a right royal mess. What a terrible situation. Ladies and gentlemen.
Police is asked to come in by the High Court, not by the government.
Delegation sent by the government, Modi government.
So tell me, why does High Court need
Where is Abhishek Banerjee?
There is no room for criticizing Abhishek Banerjee because he was.
I'm not criticizing, I'm observing that he's not there. I'm not criticizing, I'm observing he's not there. I'm observing
you are criticizing, yes.
I'm observing he's not there. Don't you understand English? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, Tausif. Thank you for that. The Congress government in Karnataka has very conveniently pushed the blame of the entire stampede in which 11 fans died to the RCB. In court, the Karnataka government says that the RCB misled the court and the RCB tried to make it seem like it was government action or inaction. Each side blaming the other, 11 lives lost, zero accountability, and we are told worse now that they are going to put the matter in a sealed envelope, which means we won't get to know what the government says before the courts. How fair is that? Let's debate.
This is BT Lakshman, father of Bhumik Lakshman, one of the 11 victims who died in the stampede outside Bengaluru's M. Chinnaswamy Stadium. Hugging his son's grave, the father cries inconsolably, refusing to leave his son's grave.
ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಬ್ಯಾಡ್ ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಅವ್ರ ತಂದೆ ಯಾರಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನಂತದನ್ನ
11 innocent lives were lost as the state government along with RCB players celebrated the IPL win. 7 days after the tragic incident, the Karnataka government shifted the blame on RCB and BCCI. The state government told the High Court that no permission had been sought for the event and that the organizers had instead invited the whole world through social media. The submission came during the resumed hearing of petitions filed by 4 individuals, including RCB's marketing head, who have challenged the legality of their arrest in connection with the incident. The Advocate General also accused RCB of misleading the court, saying that the RCB tried to make it seem like it was a government function and that it was an RCB private function. However, the pictures from the event tell a completely different story. Politicians with their family members clicking selfies. 11 lives were lost, yet the Chief Minister calls it an accident.
ಥರದವು ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್ಗಳು ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಾನು ನಡೆದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಇಂಥವು ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಕಡೆ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಈಗ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಹಿಂದೆ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದೀನ. ಕುಂಭಮೇಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಒಂದು 50-60 ಜನ ಸತ್ತಿದ್ರು ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಪೀಡ್.
In a mark of how serious the government is on the issue, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar was even heard joking over it today.
I am not a mad man. I am just a member of the Karnataka Cricket Association from my younger days. That's all. I don't have time. Though I had offers to be a part of the management. Why I need RCB? Even I don't drink the Royal Challenge also.
No accountability and pushing the onus. Are the people in power in state not answerable to the ones who elected them?
The politicians think the people are fools. And D.K. Shivakumar making such a callous comment, I don't drink Royal Challengers. You know, nobody's asking him about his liquor choice. It's just an insensitive way in which the man talks. He should be ashamed of himself. Suhail Seth is joining us tonight, and he's a citizen voice tonight. Pro-RCB is Jay Anand Dehadrai. T.R. Prasad Gowda is a Congress leader. Now, I am told that Siddaramaiah has said, Mr. Gowda, that it was on his phone call that the governor went. It was because of his phone call that the governor attended the event, which means he was the hosting party. He was organizing this event because he called, governor went. Right? Which means he was the host. Which means the chief minister, Mr. Gowda, was the host. How can the host say I have nothing to do with the event?
Exactly.
Mr. Gowda. Mr. Gowda?
You're asking me?
Yeah, that question is to you. Did you hear the question, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you, Arnab. Yeah. See, there is no worst It's not official. Officially not invited the governor. The CM not invited governor officially.
He has said
you are
that.
telling
He called
over
him.
the phone call.
He has said he called him.
Invited.
He said he called him. That means he was a host. He called him and said, "You come."
Only
Governor
said.
went.
He admitted. Has he admitted?
Yes, he has said. He has said that.
See,
He has said that. You are asking me? He has said that.
See, whole idea.
Sir, he has said that, sir.
See, that means, see, stampede, nobody wanted this kind of situation will arise. Nobody expected, nobody anticipated this kind of situation will arise, during this celebrations time. Cricket united everybody.
So you can't get away by blaming the RCB, sir. The Karnataka government is completely blaming the Royal Challengers Bengaluru franchise and the BCCI, right?
So when they are not able to maintain the properly in the stadium, whom we should blame?
So I don't understand
tell them
this.
BCA.
I don't understand
BCCI,
this. 1 minute. The event is so the event is organized by.
Please listen to me, sir. Please listen.
So you listen to me, sir.
Sir, event organized by RCB. The RCB, because there is a name, Bengaluru, Royal Challengers Bengaluru. The Bangalore people, young people, are overexcited. And they have celebrated like anything after 16 years, 18 years of...
No, it's not true. Top bands and visuals. I don't need
18
to be
years, they won the cup.
Team all the time. My question is out here that I do not understand. The Chief Minister is fronting the event in the Vidhan Sauda. Sohail on the left, please. Thank you, production team. The Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister are fronting the event at the stadium. There are thousands of police officers. And Sohail, the government says we didn't even know that this event was happening. Are Baba, you are there, your police is there, the event is happening before your eyes, and you say you don't know.
So, I'm actually very, very empathetic to Mr. Gowda's position today, because he's a decent human being who's now been forced to dig a hole from which he will not emerge. So let's go logically, step by step, and I don't want to be interrupted, as I didn't interrupt anyone. Number one, the Chief Minister of Karnataka, when I last checked, is a gentleman called Siddaramaiah. Siddaramaiah phones the governor, invites the governor arrives. Whether he sent him a bouquet of flowers, a printed invitation on Smithson paper or on parchment paper is irrelevant. The governor came at the invitation of the Chief Minister of the state. That makes it an official function. Okay, you can't say, it's not an official function. So that logic of yours has been destroyed systematically. Now
today's bite, for God's sake, Tanisha, don't disturb me when I'm...
Now let's come to point number 2, which Mr. Gowda very clearly mentioned. He says the function at the stadium was organized by the RCB. No, the function was organized by the Karnataka State Cricket Association to felicitate a team called RCB, who, by the way, to quote Arnab Goswami, a very callous and uncharacteristic statement has been made by Shiv Kumar. I don't drink Royal Challenge, therefore I have nothing to do. If he had nothing to do with RCB, why on earth did he go to the HAL airport to receive the team? He shouldn't have gone. Why was he there at Vidhan Sauda? Why was he there at the stadium? This man has now used the old hypocrisy that politicians are so accustomed to now distance himself from a tragedy that he not only presided over, but he knew was in the offing when his own police commissioner, who now stands suspended, said, please don't organize the function. Now let's come to the third point. Tell me, Arnab, the business of the RCB is to play cricket and hopefully win matches. It is not their business to run the law and order of the Karnataka state. That has been invested in the government of Siddaramaiah and DK Shiv Kumar. For them now to do this is not only callous, it is insensitive. Number 4, a gentleman by the name of Nikhil Solase of the RCB is now behind bars for the last 7 days. Has any politician been arrested? No. Has any KSCA official been arrested? No. Has any politician been reprimanded? No. Number 5, and Jay is here, Anand Dedrai, he will bear me out.
It was in collusion.
You have denied bail to him, and the judge, who I have a lot of respect for, and he seems to be a very decent judge, keeps saying, oh, I will hear it again. I will hear it again.
So
you
this,
tell me, bail is a right. Bail is not a favor.
Sohail.
So I think, Arnab, you now need to
I'll
take
open
the
the
bull
line,
by
sir.
the horns.
No,
and you cannot allow this nonsense to continue.
No, I will not allow the nonsense to continue, but I need to make a point here that I think there was collusion. Now everybody is trying to slip away, blaming the other. It's a typical set-up blame game. Now tell me, Sohail, the Deputy Chief Minister, Siddaramaiah, goes around wearing a Royal Challengers T-shirt. Yeah, so he is doing the whole PR in the run-up to the final. Now suddenly, how does he become a part of Royal Challengers? Now he's saying, I have nothing to do with Royal Challengers. But at that point of time, the whole world knows he was wearing the Royal Challenger T-shirt because he wanted to make himself popular. Right? Question is, what was the role of a company called Design Box in it? Did a company called Design Box, which is allegedly handling the PR of this, Jayanand Dehadrai, did they make DK Shivakumar a very grateful member of the PR in the build-up to the Chinnaswamy Stadium event?
I can't speak to the specifics of what you have asked me, not only because I'm not aware of it, but I will say this, that I agree entirely with what Mr. Seth has said on your show today, that it is the responsibility wholly and solely of the state government. If Mr. Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar, the Deputy Chief Minister...
How can you say that? It is not wholly and solely and passing the buck. There's not a rugby match. My point is, RCB has invited people to the stadium. And RCB has invited people to the stadium. You do not carry out, you do not do that unless you have an approval. You cannot say I have an understanding. You cannot say I have an understanding.
No, one moment.
You are writing.
Very rare.
No, you cannot say you have an understanding. Okay, yes.
One moment. The RCB, Arnab, is a franchisee of the IPL. They run a team. They have a club.
Of felicitation.
So, they've played their game. They've played very well. They've won. And now the political establishment in Karnataka, as Mr. Seth also very rightly points out, want to cash in on the win. Now you want to take credit for the win, and you, as you also rightly pointed out, that he was spotted wearing the red jersey. So he wanted, of course, to cash in on whatever political equity he could get from this. So now, once a stampede happens, what else is the RCB supposed to do? They've invited people inside the stadium, but if there is a stampede-like situation outside the stadium, that is something that the state government is specifically responsible for. The RCB has nothing to do with law and order in the state.
RCB, how convenient. How utterly convenient. How utterly convenient. You're doing everything for valuation and publicity. When people die, you say I have nothing to do with it. Are you spring chicken? One minute. Are you spring chicken that you don't know what will happen? When you don't have the requisite permissions or planning for an event, you don't carry out or ask for an event to happen. When people die, say too bad. They should have fixed something.
Do the owners of the RCB
that itself is very insensitive.
The state in which they play. The next
I
thing would be that they should even
I have a soundbite of Siddaramaiah I want to play.
1 minute. Arnab,
there'll never be a large-scale event in our country.
Start blaming. Arnab, you have made a very good point, but after a long time, you're wrong. And I'll tell you why. The invitation was not by RCB. RCB did not invite people. RCB communicated along with the KSCA that a felicitation function is being held. A. B. It is not RCB's business to manage the police and the law and order. Now let me tell you what happened. When the function happened at Vidhan Sauda, the bus carrying the team moved from the Vidhan Sauda to the Chinnaswamy Stadium. Who was on the route? The police. Who was at the stadium? The police. Who was outside the VIP gate? The police. How on earth can you say RCB
1 minute. No, 1 minute. Sohail. Now let me step in and just 1 minute. We can't be. See, why you have right intentions but you're completely wrong is because you can't midwife a disaster and walk away. RCB and the Home Ministry, allow me, both of you, allow me. RCB and the Home Ministry try to split hairs behind organizing and facilitating. Now, my point is both RCB and government know that logistics, permission, crowd control, all of these matters are important. But both the RCB and DK Shivakumar are terribly excited about the political and commercial advantages of organizing the event. They would be stupid to think that when you have a million metro tickets which are sold and 250,000 people gathering in a city center, it is not a surprise.
But Arnab, then
it is not a surprise.
It should have been the state government that should have put its foot down and said, you cannot have this. Are you expecting the RCB to become firefighters? We are not prepared.
Just 1 minute. Sohail and Jay, I will play a soundbite now. I will play a very important soundbite of Siddaramaiah. Advocate Manjunath will listen to this. This is where he admits that he was the host. He was the one calling the governor. And now the same Siddaramaiah tries to say, I have nothing to do with it. Let's play that.
ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮೀಟ್ 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಈ ತಿಂಗಳು 4ನೇ ತಾರೀಕು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಸೋಸಿಯೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ RCB ಅವರು ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ಗೆ RCB ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ನನಗೆ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಬಂದು 11:29 ಕರೆದು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಚೀಫ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗೂ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಕೂಡ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಟಿವಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಅವರಾಗಿದ್ದೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋ ತರ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಗೋವಿಂದರಾಜು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅವರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು ನನಗೆ, ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದೆ. ನಾನು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದೆ. ಸೊ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ವಿ. ಫೆಲಿಸಿಟೇಷನ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ 20 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿದೋಯ್ತು. ಮಳೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತು, ಅವರು ಹೊರಟೋದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಡ್ ಅವತ್ತು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಟಿವಿ ಚಾನೆಲ್ಗಳಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಗವರ್ನರ್ ಯಾರು ಕರೀಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರಾಗಿದ್ದೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ clarification.
So he has admitted there, Mr. Manjunath, that he called the governor.
He's saving the governor. His political secretary telephoned him. He suspended his political secretary. This is the man who's now claiming moral victory. Siddaramaiah suspended his political secretary, the same gentleman who purportedly phoned the governor. Arnab, can't you see through this?
No. All these guys are all into arresting the low-hanging fruit. Manjunath, there is an admission there by Siddaramaiah you can't disregard. Manjunath.
No, before he comes in, may I say...
No, let Manjunath come in, please. One sec. Manjunath.
The celebration in the premises of the Vidhana Saudha, the feeling of the fans of the Karnataka has been recognized. It is not that the government itself has invited the open parade as well as the felicitation in the Chinnaswamy Stadium. What was happened in the premises of the Vidhana Saudha, no untoward incident has been happened. It was happened in the premises of the RCB.
Yeah, and who gave permission to the RCB? Who gave permission, Mr. Gowda? You can tell me. One minute. Who gave permission? The Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister, they all attended. Who was wearing Manjunath, can you just give me a simple answer and not try and complicate it? Why was DK Shivakumar, why was DK Shivakumar part of a marketing campaign carried out by Design Box? Was Design Box organizing a PR campaign for RCB in which DK Shivakumar was a brand ambassador?
He being the Deputy Chief Minister of the Karnataka state.
So the question was to Mr. Gowda, if the production team doesn't mind to put him on air. Thank you, Mr. Gowda.
The very feeling of the fans has been...
So 1 minute, the question was to Mr. Gowda, please.
Yeah, Mr. Arnav, see, here in this show, you all trying to make Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister as victims of...
No, nobody is trying to make them victims. The reality is they were part of the plot.
One second.
They were part of the plot. And they don't have the human decency to take responsibility for it.
Allow me to speak. You please allow me to speak.
Sir, I'm allowing you. But do you think the police was there on its own if it had no idea what was happening in the Chinnaswamy Stadium? Aren't you ashamed that you're denying responsibility for being aware of the event, not organizing it?
Why are you missing the facts?
Nobody was.
The Chief Minister attended
nobody
a meeting with the police commissioner.
Nobody anticipated. Nobody anticipated this untoward incident will going to happen. No. I'll see. 1 second.
Sohail.
See, of course. 1 second,
Mr.
sir.
Mr. Gowda, please spare us the inanities. Don't say no one anticipated an accident. That's why it's called an accident. You don't anticipate accidents. What are you saying, Mr. Gowda? You're a very bright person. What's happened to you today?
Please listen to me.
I mean, today your logic is falling to the ground. You're saying no one anticipated the accident.
You wanted a political windfall. No, you wanted a political windfall. You thought 1 million people would come. They would convert into votes.
Absolutely, you've hit the nail.
Of course, it is the duty of the Chief Minister. Of course, it is the duty of the Chief Minister to take care of each and every individual of the state.
No, don't try to patronize. Don't try to patronize. It is the duty of the government that when it helps co-organize an event and you are co-organizers of the event, that you take moral responsibility if nothing else for what has happened. Our first caller is Ramdas from Chennai. Ramdas ji.
Yeah. Good evening, Arnab.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, we're a very good fan of you. My mother, my wife, everybody is a very good fan of you.
Thank you.
I would like to say on this issue that the Karnataka government is solely responsible. Because whether permission has been given or not, the Karnataka government is responsible. If permission is given, they have to take care of the crowd. Permission not given, why the procession has been allowed to take part?
That's right.
So my view is the Karnataka government, CM, Deputy CM and Home Minister is solely responsible in this issue.
Thank you, sir. Inderjeet from Bengaluru. Inderjeet.
Arnavji, I am very, very thankful to have spoken to you today.
Thank you, sir.
I have been following you from past 2006. Anyway,
sir, thank you, sir.
I have a word for Mr. Prasad Gowda. I'm born, brought up Bangalorean, a Punjabi Sikh. Mr. Gowda must be knowing we are one of the oldest Punjabi shopkeepers in Majestic area, a Sikh community. Mr. Gowda, sir, you must be knowing 3 events which has taken place in Bangalore. One is Veena Circus, one is City Market, one is Kaveri Riots. Bangalore police is well aware of all these things. Once the public is gathering, there is one or the other mishap happens in Bangalore. Every smallest constable is aware of it, Mr. Prasad, sir. We have such a great respect to you.
Bangalore police are the best police in India. You must know this. You are living in Bangalore.
Inderjeet Lauda.
You suspended the best police officer, sir.
Inderjeet Lauda. Please go on, Mr. Inderjeet.
Sir, you suspended police officers who are very good. You claimed them to be the best. You suspended them. Why didn't you ask the resignation of D.K. Shivkumar, who was taking the flag and running around all over Bangalore, sir? He should
discharge their duty. Okay, if they have discharged their duty properly, they could have always go before CAT. They can always go before CAT. If they are conscious, say,
the politicians organize the event. Why don't they go before the CID? Why doesn't D.K. Shivkumar or Siddaramaiah go before the CID? No, why not, sir?
No, I am Mr. Arnav.
You are shoving the police under the carpet.
It is the duty of the government to identify because of whom this has happened. It is the duty of the government to identify
That's because of whom it has happened. because they're incompetent. They couldn't manage a crowd. They couldn't even forecast that there would be such a large crowd, which is the most basic thing to do when you know that how cricket crazy we are as a country.
You are just falling on. You are just attacking CM and DC.
And come on.
Malayappan is calling from Bengaluru. Malayappan!
Sir.
Malayappan from Bengaluru, please.
Hello.
Go ahead, Malayappan. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. See, I have been I've been seeing that Arnab's Republic TV for a long time, debate and all.
Thank you,
so
sir.
many
Thank
issues.
you.
And here, I just want to make a point. Here already KSC, according to the information which I received, the KSC has already asked for permission from the government. And when the police said very clearly that permission should not be granted because now they don't have sufficient time to organize things, then why the government hurriedly actually...
Exactly, Mr. Malayappan, your right question. Answer that. Police said no. The point Suhail made. Police has said no. Why did the government still organize it?
Yeah, correct. That is what I am
telling you. Answer, Mr. Gowda.
That is what I am telling you. That once...
Mr. Gowda, answer him.
Government is ordered for the inquiry, Mr. Arnab. We have ordered for the inquiry, and we know what has happened. We have got the tips from the inquiry also. What has happened in gate number 7? Who was involved in that? The inquiry. After 10 days, we will get the report, inquiry report. That will reveal what has happened, why it has happened. Overall involved.
Last word, Suhail.
We will come to know.
What a sad day for our country. You have put behind bars a man called Nikhil Solase, who's the marketing manager of a cricket team. And the representative of the government and the party, Mr. Gowda, says the inquiry isn't over. You haven't had an inquiry. You have lodged an FIR. The policeman who lodged the FIR, Girish, is under suspension. I mean, tell me, Mr. Gowda, what level of shame should touch the Congress and the government in Karnataka for them to realize how removed they are from public sentiment and how distanced they are from judicial equity and fairness.
Superbly put, Suhail said. Thank you very much, Mr. Gowda. I thank you very much for that. At 9 p.m. tonight, when I'm back, the other big story, America is burning. What's happening on the streets of Los Angeles? Some fear could happen all over America. Total anarchy. Trump has failed. When I'm back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहाँ है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी, उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना, वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी? सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से
कोई बात
हुई है?
कोई बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या, और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने, और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया?
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया, वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना। सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar. Co-powered by Best Internationally Recognized Hospitality Education Brand in India.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। विमल में गुलिस्तान की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar and I'm here to tell you that also gives me the license to guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
राजा की बॉडी मिली मगर सोनम ट्रेस नहीं कर पाए कोई कि वो सोनम कहाँ है, कोई उनसे कांटेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। तब क्या कोई बातचीत हुई थी उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के साथ, सोनम के परिवार के साथ कोई बात हुई थी आपकी उस समय, या सोनम के परिवार ने आपको कुछ
बातचीत चलती रहती थी ना
जी? क्या
बातचीत चलती रहती थी। उनकी मम्मी बताती रहती थी कि हमने ऐसा करवाया वैसा करवाया, तुम ये कर लो वो कर लो, सारी चीज बताती रहती थी उधर से। वो जैसे कई पंडित से पूछने जाते, कोई तांत्रिक से, तो वो जो उपाय बताते थे ना, वो हमको बोलते रहते थे कि तुम है ना इसका उपाय ऐसा कर लो तो दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, दोनों बच्चे जल्दी आ जाएंगे, यही बोलती रहती थी।
अभी जब सोनम ने जो किया, ये सब बात जो राज है सामने आ चुकी है, तब उनके परिवार वाले क्या कह रहे हैं? उनसे कोई बात हुई है आपकी? सोनम के परिवार से, सोनम की माँ से, सोनम के पिताजी से, सोनम के परिवार के लोगों
हमारी
से कोई बात हुई?
कोई बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से किसी से बात नहीं हुई। उनकी मम्मी से 2-3 दिन पहले बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने बोला था कि ये देखो क्या चल रहा है ये सोनम का, मतलब सोनम ऐसा करवा सकती क्या, और उसने ऐसा करवाया तो मेरा राजा की गलती क्या थी। तो उनने बोला था कि जांच में जो आएगा
वो पता चलेगा, अभी तो मैं भी नहीं जानती हूँ, भगवान जाने। और अगर सोनम गलत है तो उसको फांसी दी जाए।
मतलब आप कह रहे हैं वो अभी भी पूरी तरह से 100% इस बात को मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि सोनम ने करवाया?
सोनम ने नहीं करवाया तो किसने करवाया वो तो सोनम ही बताएगी ना। सोनम खुद अपने मुंह से बताएगी वो तो।
जी। और इस पूरे मामले में जो ये राज का जो रोल आया है, राज तो वहां पे था जब अंतिम संस्कार भी हुए थे राजा के, तब राज भी वहीं पे थे।
हाँ, वो इंदौर में था और वो अपने घर भी आया था और अपन उसको पहचानते नहीं थे। अपन ने तो जब देखा ये इतना बड़ा अपराधी और अपने बच्चे के उसमें ही अपने घर कैसा आ गया, इसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई।
तो कैसे बिहेव कर रहा था वो उस समय राज, जब वो घर में था, कैसा बिहेव कर रहा था?
देखो अपन ने उसको देखा नहीं था उस समय तो हमारे
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Welcome back, and time now for the nation's sharpest opinion. And the fact is that Trump is failing, and the only person in the whole wide world who has completed absolute faith on Donald Trump is Rahul Gandhi. And for those in America watching this video, Rahul Gandhi is also an equally failing, constantly debuting 56-year-old youth leader in India. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the pictures from America. America is burning and Trump is failing. Trump is an absolute and unmitigated disaster. These visuals are not going to be limited only to Los Angeles. There are loud demonstrations in New York, Chicago, Atlanta, Omaha, Seattle, across America. These are the kind of pictures. People with skull masks, Palestinian flags, absolute nonsense going on. Scene out of Batman going here in Los Angeles, and everybody enjoying a piece of this. The fact is, Los Angeles is only the epicenter of the riots. America is a country which is sinking, which is in decay, which is in serious trouble, and it's led by a man who has lost control. America is on fire with, you have got state government fighting with the federal government, Trump fighting with the state governor, complete and total mayhem, and vehicles have been burnt, and horse patrols are out there, Marine Corps are out there to fight the state police corps. It's crazy. Now, viewers, as you watch this, don't wait 2 months, 3 months, 4 months to realize that Trump has failed. Trump has failed for multiple reasons. I'll give you a few examples, and Trump is also a liar. Trump lies. He says he mediated the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, and that's an absolute lie. Nobody confirmed it. He said it. Ladies and gentlemen, I mediated the ceasefire. Now it's out there as clear as anything, clear as daylight. It was a typical Trump lie. It's not overstatement. It's turning into a lie. His approval rating is really, really bad. Only 45% approve of the job he's done so far, 55% disapprove. The man is desperate. Today he's gone and said, I've signed a big deal with China. That's also a lie. There is no trade deal with China. There is some understanding on supply of magnets and rare earths. And China itself has not uttered a word. It's Trump, who has lost control, who wants to give an impression that he's still the man in charge, who is in an overexcited manner, his typical overexcited manner, gone and made an announcement on Truth Social saying that the deal is done, huge deal, blah, 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 typical Trump overstatement. The only thing working in China are the lovely Chinese Trump memes that are doing the rounds on social media. He had also said, Trump lied, he said, I'm going to stop Iran from carrying out nuclear enrichment. And today, it's very clear to us, the Iranian Foreign Ministry has said, no Trump proposal is agreeable to them. Short of telling Trump to shut up, they've done everything, and yet Trump goes and makes the announcements while his own country burns on a daily basis. This man, Trump, is such a narcissist, ladies and gentlemen. While his country is burning within, while he's lost control, while American is fighting American, while they have a 38 trillion debt, the country is sinking. He says, I'm going to end the Russia-Ukraine war. The fact is, Ukraine is attacking Russia and Russia is attacking Ukraine. Putin doesn't give a damn about. Ukraine's air force is saying Russia has targeted Ukrainian regions with drones, and Trump now suddenly says, I'm very angry with Vladimir Putin, but Putin says he's having an emotional outburst. Putin knows how to put Trump in his place. The man is just, he's full of himself and he's exploding with his ego. Corporate America is not happy with Trump. The only person who's winning vis-a-vis, who Trump is winning against as of now, is the haphazard Elon Musk. That's the only person Trump is winning against. He's lost in Gaza. He said, I'm going to finish the Israel-Gaza war. I'm going to end it within days. He said this when he hosted Benjamin Netanyahu in the White House. There is absolutely no follow-up of that. There is no agreement at all. He said it will happen relatively soon. What is the definition of soon? Nobody knows. The fact is, Trump is an absolute failure. He can't even fight Harvard. He fought Harvard. They took him to the courts, and the federal judge blocked the Trump administration's ban. He can't defeat Harvard. He can't implement Gaza. He cannot fix the situation in Los Angeles. He cannot fix the situation on Russia. He cannot fix the situation with corporate America. He cannot fix the situation with Iran. He cannot fix the situation even at home. He cannot fix the situation with China. The European Union is laughing at him. Trump has failed. The only person Trump is winning against is, as I said, the eternally confused Elon Musk. What a state of affairs. Trump failing, America burning. Let's debate.
Police vehicles set on fire. All-out theft spree in shops. Law enforcement met with opposition. Tear gas shells lobbed. Protesters shot by police with rubber bullets. The National Guard soldiers and even Marines deployed to defend the streets. These are not visuals from a third world failed democracy. This is Los Angeles, California. The richest city in the richest state of the world's richest country.
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting. Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night there were 23 businesses that were looted, and I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties.
It all started after President Trump deployed U.S. immigration and custom enforcement officers in Los Angeles to carry out a deportation drive. But the law enforcement authorities met with fire and violence. Now it is all-out war all over LA.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible what's happened. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly.
In the last 48 hours, more than 2,000 National Guard members and around 700 Marine Force troops have been deployed. A first ever deployment of the elite wing of the US military against its own civilians.
Donald Trump, without consulting California law enforcement leaders, commandeered 2,000 of our state's National Guard members to deploy on our streets, illegally and for no reason. This brazen abuse of power by a sitting president inflamed a combustible situation, putting our people, our officers, and even our National Guard at risk. That's when the downward spiral began. He doubled down on his dangerous National Guard deployment by fanning the flames even harder.
Now the governor of California and the US president are caught in a political tussle over campaign against illegal immigrants.
There's something wrong with these people. All I want in terms of engagement, I just want to see peace. If there's peace, we get out. If there's even a chance of no peace, we stay there until there's peace. And a lot of people are being arrested. The rioters, or whatever you want to call them, they better know a lot of people are being arrested. They're going to be in jail for a long time.
Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. What Donald Trump wants most is your fealty, your silence to be complicit in this moment. Do not give in to him.
The same United States that is infamous for its lectures on democracy is now seen assaulting it with impunity on its own soil against peaceful protesters. From recognizing the value of right to peaceful assembly to hallmarks of any thriving democracy, US has forgotten its own preachy lessons.
To be clear again, that's not about silencing voices or suppressing lawful protest. When that expression crosses into unlawful conduct, when lives are put at risk, and when our city's safety is compromised, we must act, and we will act.
Trump has repeatedly defended his action, and now he is refusing to back down.
If we didn't do it, there wouldn't be a Los Angeles. It'd be burning today, just like their houses were burning a number of months ago.
It could go wrong by having the military there. They're trained from different services.
No, it can only go right. By having the military, it de-escalates. I mean, that was the only way. These people are agitators. They're troublemakers.
Protests against Trump are intensifying, with rallies now spilling all over in Atlanta, Chicago, and various other major cities. However, the big question remains: America is burning, and so is the American dream. And while Trump is busy claiming mediation credit all over, his own house is not at all in order.
Terrible situation. On our program tonight, we have Alexander Shajan. He's a GOP grassroots strategist. He's Republican. David Sofair is Republican from Washington, D.C. Charles Kupchan, professor at Georgetown in D.C. Peter Kuznick, director of nuclear studies at the American University in D.C. Professor Madhav Nalapat, Vice Chairman of the Manipal Research Advanced Group, joining us from Thiruvananthapuram. My first question is to an American well-known political analyst, and Greg Swenson. Greg is Chairman of the Republican Overseas UK. He gets that perspective from London. Watching this as a Republican from London, you feel Trump is losing control? You feel he's losing control?
No,
yes.
No, quite the opposite. I think he's taking control because he's got. There's some context here. Remember the riots in the summer of 2020 when he deferred to the states and allowed the states to let their cities burn. Notably Minneapolis, of course, while the governor watched the city burn. And so, in retrospect, the federal government probably should have intervened, like they did in 1992. With the Rodney King riots in Los Angeles, by the way. And so I think the president's taking control because the government in California is actually, they're actually saying they want to block federal enforcement in the sense that ICE is doing some immigration raids, and they're trying to block that. So, this is a common sense issue. It's a no-brainer.
Okay. So I'd like Peter to respond to that. Peter? He's saying it's Trump is taking control, however the circumstances may be.
Trump created the crisis. Trump lit the flame. He ignited the protests, and he did it deliberately. There were protests going on because the ICE agents were rounding up peaceful, hardworking, undocumented immigrants and sweeping up some documented immigrants also. And the people in Los Angeles started to protest. Trump saw that, and he talked about this during his first term and the interim before he took power again, about calling out the National Guard without the approval of the governors, that he wanted to do this, and he wanted to do it not in order to create some kind of law and order. He wanted to do it to show what a strong man can do. This is not America. This is not the United States. Had Biden done this or Obama done this, the three Republicans on this panel would have been appalled by that. Now, because it's Trump, they're going along with it. It's really a step in the direction of fascism. And this is out of Hitler's playbook. This is what he did after the Reichstag fire. Put this together with his military parade on Saturday with tanks in the street of Washington and Los Angeles. And what we're seeing is the creation of a police state. This is not. This was
He's been elected, hasn't he? I mean, has he not been elected? All this is typical lingo that you are using to police state, etc., unlawful, undemocratic. The man won an election that you don't seem to be willing to accept. I'm no fan of Trump. I think he's losing it, but he's still been elected. I want David to come in on that. Also, on the phrase undocumented, hard-working immigrants. Now, that's very sympathetic to them. We have a similar situation here in India. There are millions of Bangladeshi infiltrators, Bangladeshi Muslim infiltrators who come in. Now, suppose there is a section of Indians, and there are actually a section of woke Indians who say these are hard-working, undocumented, minority immigrants from Bangladesh. That's no argument. The fact is they're infiltrators. They've come in illegally. Do they have a right to stay? That's the point tonight. And there are overtones of this everywhere. David, what do you think? David?
So let's just jump in here real quick. The bottom line is that, no, what's happening here is America is burning because you have, similar to what happened in 2020, you have state-sponsored riots. What you had in 2020 was Kamala Harris, the most unpopular vice president of all time. And she said that the ICE was akin to the KKK. So once you had that, they decriminalized crime and they let California burn. So now what do we have? We have incompetent leadership, and it's very pernicious about what my friend on the left there is saying about Trump's a fascist and all this noise in California, which is a single-party state, which has decriminalized crime and openly hates any sort of difference of opinion and freedom of speech, etc. So now they've sent in the National Guard for the interest of not only American safety, but immigrant safety as well. So the last time I checked, America has an immigration crisis, which we're dealing with. We're getting out the worst first. We've got, all types of immigrants and all types of undocumented immigrants having rights to citizenship, rights to live. So there's all kinds of things here. So what's happening here is leftist politics at its worst. And who's losing? The American public. And it's very upsetting to see our friends in LA.
Do you think, David, do you think these people are being set up? Do you think the protesters are being set up?
The protesters, I mean, look, we're all for protests. Protest is great, okay? These are not protesters, guys robbing shops, setting things on fire, throwing things into American businesses and to our first responders and defacing all this stuff. California can't handle that, okay? And it is very annoying to have the leftists and, who are on the fringe of Marxism, to have this narrative that they're mostly peaceful or they're innocent or Trump's the bad guy. And also, what you're saying on the panel is how America's in a bad place. This is a great place. Inflation's down, fentanyl's down.
No, 1 minute. Let me.
Jobs are up.
We'll go to economy
America's
later.
in a strong place, and this is when you have the National Guard.
We'll go to that later. I want to go to Charles Kupchan. Charles,
this is the point of strength.
Yeah, Charles.
It's important to have
Charles,
that.
the argument is America is for Americans. These are all people who are clandestine. Yeah. They are not meant to be there. America should not support them. Are some sections encouraging these lawbreakers in order to oppose Trump?
Sure.
Charles.
Yeah, listen, everybody knows that America's immigration system was broken and that it needs fixing. Trump isn't fixing it. All he's doing right now is trying to find undocumented migrants and throw them out of the country on television. But I think we have to say that the violence, the vandalism, the looting is unacceptable, and it plays right into Trump's hands. He talked as a candidate about deploying the National Guard, about deploying U.S. military forces against Americans, against American cities. And these protests, because they have turned violent, are playing right into his hands. He's doing what he wanted to do, which is to test the boundaries of law and to violate the idea that you have to go through the governors of states to deploy the National Guard or to deploy federal forces, and he's not doing that. My other comment, Arnab, is in many respects, the question I have to what's happening is, why did this take so long? And that's because there hasn't been the societal resistance that I would have expected, right? Donald Trump is blowing up the global economy. He is on a daily basis breaking the law and usurping the powers of Congress. He is trying to destroy America's finest universities. He is defunding basic research that is what's made America great. And really not until this week have we seen American society rise up and say it's enough. We now have protests taking place in dozens of cities this weekend on Donald Trump's birthday, when there will be a huge military parade. There will be over 1,800 protests across the country called No Kings. We are seeing the American people, the American society, rise up against a president who is threatening American democracy.
Who decides that? I mean, are you basically saying elections don't matter, right? Then let there be street rule. Let the mobs rule and decide who rules America. Let there be a Gotham City situation out here. Let there be complete lawlessness. I mean, Americans who spoke and lectured about law and order, human rights, rule of the law to the whole world are now, are we going to see the so-called intelligentsia in America justify street rule, mob protests?
No, as I said at the beginning, I oppose violence. I oppose looting. But I do think that...
Where is Barack Obama's position on this? Where is Barack Obama and Hunter Biden's position on this?
Peaceful, civil resistance.
No, you can't be on both camps. No, Charles. Can you have democracy?
He's on both sides at the end of the day, and he's siding with Marxists. This should be a bipartisan thing. It should be, listen, these violent state-sponsored thugs, okay, in leftist areas, right, it shouldn't be allowed. But you are cozying up with the idea that it's playing into Trump's hands. As an American, we are very concerned about this, okay? They're burning down our big cities and our economies, okay? And that's not acceptable. This should be a bipartisan thing. So when you're cozying up to the bad guys and the actual people that are actually against law and order and actual democracy,
no, I think there
which are state-sponsored politicians like Gavin Newsom, like Kamala Harris, like Bass or whatever, these people do not like law and order, and that's it. And apparently, a sanctuary city is against the Constitution, is against due process, against all these things. So you can't have it both ways. So that's fine. So here we're cleaning this up, okay? We're cleaning, and who's at the helm of the Democratic Party? Who's in charge there, right? Where's the law? Where's the order? Where's the opportunity, okay? You're selling out the people, and that's it, okay? The middle class are suffering, and so are the minorities, and we've had enough of it.
Well, things are really bad. I mean, I'm watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We are hearing here that this is now moving across large parts of America. I mean, I'm also getting a sense that all of those people who lost the elections are enjoying this. This is a popcorn moment for them.
Exactly.
Professor Malapat, Professor Malapat, all the people who lost to Trump.
Exactly.
This is a popcorn moment for them. All the people who are fighting Trump, all the countries Trump is blackmailing with tariffs are saying, fantastic, good riddance. You handle your mess before you trouble us. So there's a little bit of, you know, sadism in this as well.
It's not tariffs. It's what it is. It's the American. It's the American.
David. Trump's arrogance is also coming to bite him. Trump's arrogance is coming to bite him. He is insulting. He's insulting. Let me get 1 minute. He is insulting to every second country in the world. Everyone. He does not know how to deal with countries which are older, much older civilizations than the United States of America. You know, it can't go on like this anymore, and everyone's cocking a snook at him. I mean, the fact is he's behaved very badly with everyone. So he's got very little sympathy going for him. Alexander, how do you view this? Alexander Shajan. Alexander.
Well, you know, I just have to respond to Mr. Charles first, because he said the American society is on the streets. Absolutely no. The American people are against this protest and violence. I just want to make it very clear to Mr. Charles that American people are opposing this protest. This is not a protest. You know, the problem is that these lefty leaders are downplaying this violence as protest. They're calling it as protest, and they're downplaying this domestic terrorism. And they themselves are endangering the public safety. You know, we know that Los Angeles is facing chaos. And why did it spread to other cities? Because Gavin Newsom did not stop it on the beginning. What did Trump do? Trump was trying to remove, the Trump administration always said that. We wanted to remove the violent criminals and the violent criminal illegal immigrants from the communities. That's what they're trying to do. Somebody said that. I think Peter was saying that, or Charles was saying that we have a problem with the immigration system. Yes, we all agree on that. We all agree on that. We do have a problem with the immigration system. How do we deal with it? First, we try to close the border. Democrats had a problem with that. They don't want a closed border. So that is a problem. So the lefty leaders are downplaying this domestic terrorism as peaceful protest. And you see from the footages, it is not a peaceful protest. Burning down a federal building is not a peaceful protest.
Yeah, Alexander, see here, no disrespect to all Americans, right? When you hear Americans talk about whether the whole world is their problem, Iran, first of all, they should know how to pronounce Iran. It's not Iran or you ran, it's Iran. But nevertheless, forget the accent. The question is, America constantly, Anand, wants to settle things in the world. And we are saying, Anand, why don't you first fix what's going on at home?
Who wanted that? Trump did not do that.
Why don't you fix your own problems?
We have to understand whether Trump's actions are legal or illegal. If you see Title 10, Section 12406 authorizes President to send National Guard without the request of a governor of a state if there is a rebellion or there is a danger of having a rebellion in the country. So as far as Trump's actions are concerned, they are not off the book. They are not illegal. Now the question is, as most of your panelists, they have already
discussed it. But it's adversarial. It's not illegal, but it's adversarial. It's adversarial, Anand.
No, this is very big problem. Immigration, I know you guys have discussed Bangladeshi migrants are in India. You have the same problem we have. Now the question is, if there are illegal immigrants in the country, whether they have any right to stay here or not. I personally believe there are enemies of the United States within the country as well as outside the country. Do you think that these rioters are not being financed by somebody? There is a big money involved.
What are you suggesting?
How these rioters can afford to not go to their work, be on without pay. In the United States, we are paid on hourly basis. We are not paid salary. Most of us, we are paid on hourly basis. So if I take off 2 hours from my work, I lose money. So how these rioters are...
What are you suggesting? Madhav, what is he suggesting? Madhav, you want to stay? He's suggesting that there are big political corporate lobbies that want to bring Trump down who are doing this. Now, see here, Madhav, we often talk about this in India also. Political parties who cannot win an election want to rule by the rule of anarchy, can get 10,000 people to the streets of Delhi and claim that India is in crisis. It is a challenge that democracies face. It is not something that Putin will have to face. It's not a problem that Xi Jinping will ever have to face. But it is a reality that in democracies, things are very complicated. What do you think, Madhav?
Look, let's focus on facts, Arnab. One is that I've always supported Trump, as you'll see from my previous writings.
So have I in the past.
It's a fact that polls are falling. Donald Trump's poll rating is falling. And a situation may come when his own party, I mean, we're not seeing that.
No, I don't agree.
When his own party, but listen, please.
Hold on.
Let him complete.
Please allow me to have my say.
Anand, let him complete. Anand, please let him complete, sir. Please.
Allow me to have my say. And I'll tell you some of the reasons. One is DOGE is not efficiency. It's expenditure. Their only thing is to cut expenditure. And they cut so many schemes, including many, and that many tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of Republicans are availing, and which they like. I agree, some good work has been done, like Social Security frauds, but just cutting expenditure is not efficiency. You have to increase efficiency in multiple ways, and that DOGE only focus on expenditure. And the second point is, for example, that, you look at these, you look at the outlandish claims on Ukraine, on Gaza, and frankly, I'd just like to say, Elon Musk, there's a huge $1 trillion tax cut for billionaires. People not trillionaires will feel a little upset. And naturally, and many of them are Republican. The only saving grace, and I don't know if my Republican friends allow me to.
California
if Vice President Vance is there as a replacement, in my view, he's very capable, he's very competent, and one day these very people be singing a different tune, and I think they got a great standby, great fallback in Vice President J.D. Vance. Thank you.
Okay, Greg wants to respond to
but
that.
the issues of illegal immigration.
Okay, 1 minute. Which one of you is taking him on? Okay, that's Alexander having a go.
Let's talk about that. Let's not. If we want to talk about Dodge and everything, let's go into that and talk. Let's talk about what is currently happening in the streets of the United States of America. Democrats and the lefties they're spewing lies after lies, and they are on the street. Democratic leaders like Jeffrey Huckins are. They're promoting and encouraging the terrorists, the domestic. I want to use that word. Domestic terrorists are burning the streets of the United States.
ICE is going into.
I need one audio track. Alexander, louder, please. Wait a minute, Madhav. Just wait a minute, Madhav, please. Thank you, Alexander. Have a go. Yeah.
Sir.
I'll open lines.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Mr. Malav, with all respect, I know you said that you supported President Trump in the past. Mr. Arnab Goswami supported President Trump in the past. And all of a sudden, what happened? Because...
I tell you. No, I did. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Madhav.
And for the party... And very soon, in my view, the party will realize that, and the corrective action will be very.
No. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. May I, Alexander? May I respond to you as a permanent member of the Make India Great Again Club? Okay, I only speak in interest of my country. So when I supported Trump in the expectation, which is natural. I expect America under Trump to help India's strategic interests. We're a big country. If you're with us, we're with you. If you're not with us, we're not going to be with you. You want to be with the jihadis, with the Al-Qaeda satellite groups. You want your family to do a shady crypto deal with the Pakistanis. And today a Pakistani has been held for attempting what would have been another 9/11 situation in America, which has been tweeted by none other than Kash Patel. You guys should open up, man. I mean, you guys, Alexander, 1 minute, Anand. Sorry to say this. You are in the sweet nothings relationship with a terrorist state called Pakistan. And a Pakistani wanted to carry out 9/11, and you've got this, oh, let's not say anything about Donald Trump because he's our God. He may be your God, he's not mine. My question is, he's making a mistake. 1 minute. Now, Alexander.
See, I told you.
There you go, Alexander. You're not listening to me.
Last conversation, I told you I agree with certain facts that you are saying about supporting Pakistan or jihadi terrorism. I am on your side. There is no compromise on that.
You're going after the Mexicans, but you have a deal with the Islamists. What are you doing?
But we do have a domestic problem of illegal criminal aliens.
You call yourself Republicans, and you're in line with a government that's nothing but a government of jihadi groups, with all these Pakistanis wanting to carry out terrorist attacks on your soil.
Mr. Arnab, let's put the global issues and the domestic issues separate.
Okay, we'll separate.
Okay,
I'll separate it. Okay, I'll separate it. Now, can I hear from Peter? Can I hear from Peter? I'm separating it, okay? I'm separating. I said Trump would win. I said Trump would be better than Biden. I take back my words, because Trump has lost three things. You got to also be realistic. Trump has lost stature because of his constant cartoonish behavior with Elon Musk. Trump has lost popularity domestically because you're having an economic crisis. And Trump globally has lost respect because of this trying to treat global tariffs as some kind of personal blackmail. It does not work. You're dealing with big countries, civilizations who have a lot of self-respect. I think he's treating everybody very badly. Now, I want Peter to respond. I don't want to interfere, but I worry, Peter, this is not a situation that seems to be going away quickly.
No, you said in the beginning that Trump was an absolute and unmitigated disaster. Those were your words, and I agree with it. Now, where I disagree with you is from the beginning, it was clear to us that this was going to be the case. American people knew that. If you look at what happened in 2020, when he ran against Joe Biden, who was a very weak candidate, pathetic even then, Trump lost by 7 million votes. He lied about it, but he lost by 7 million votes. The American people were sick and tired of his clown show. And then the American people have a very limited attention span, a memory, and by 2024, they had forgotten how much they disliked Trump. But if you look, what's going on in Los Angeles now is totally predictable. Trump inflamed this. But he doesn't care about uprisings or riots. What did he do on January 6th when a real riot was going on, when a real insurrection was going on? Did he call in the National Guard? Did he call in the Marines? No, he applauded it. And then he pardoned the rioters. And so, I mean, in this situation, everybody knew, David, shut up a minute. Everybody knew that sending in the National Guard and the Marines would inflame the situation. The mayor, the governor all said they could handle it with their local police forces.
Were they being able to handle it, though? Peter, were they being able to handle it, though? Were they being able to handle it, though? Were they being able to handle it, though?
Yes, of course. It was not a bit. People have been handling this thing. You know, when was the last time the National Guard was called out against the will of the government?
Okay, Alexander is punching back at you, Peter. Alexander, go on. Punch away.
Now, Peter is lying, Mr. Arnab. Peter is lying. Gavin Newsom did not do nothing other than he promoted the violence in city in his own state. Peter is saying that Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom was trying to stop it. They did not. If they had stopped it, Trump would not have interfered. Why did the National Guard was called in? Because Gavin Newsom did not do anything. Peter, please don't lie.
Trump was itching for an opportunity to do this. As Charles said, this is the first
he had the opportunity in the very beginning. Peter, he had the opportunity in the very beginning, and he did not do anything. Please tell the truth. Let's not fight on this because that is the truth. We can disagree on our political matters, but this is the truth. Gavin Newsom, Maxine Waters.
The situation was not out of control.
Kamala Harris, they all called for violence.
There was a minimal
violence,
protest.
man.
There was a minimal protest going on. It was not out of control until Trump.
Is it that would you at least accept here? I want Greg to come in. Greg and Charles. Greg and Charles. You know, is Greg and Charles. Alexander, I understand your sentiment. Greg, is Trump taking on too many things and too many people and everybody at the same time? It's a simple
not
logic.
at all. He can handle it.
He can handle it?
He's a multitasker.
Are you overestimating his
Look,
ability?
Hold on. This thing started because ICE, the Immigration Customs Enforcement Agency, was doing their job and doing what the president was elected by the American people to end illegal migration and fix the 10 million illegal migrants that came into this country, especially the double criminals, the ones who also have crime records. But three quick things. America is not burning. That's lie number one. One part of one city is burning because that city's government decided to break the law and not cooperate with ICE and not enforce federal congressionally approved law. Okay. Number two, the reason that it's burning is there's a two-tiered enforcement system in California. None of these things would happen in Bel Air or Beverly Hills. If you burned a car in Beverly Hills, I guarantee you the police would take care of that quickly. The other Trump derangement lie that I heard today so far is that presidents never federalize National Guards without the approval of a governor. Yes, when George H.W. Bush sent Marines, Army, and National Guard to L.A. in '92, he had the blessing of the governor there. But when Eisenhower sent the federal troops to Arkansas, when JFK federalized the National Guard in Alabama, that was against the will of the segregationist Democrat governors in the South. So there is plenty of precedent. It's not unconstitutional. It happens quite often. I don't mean every year or every two, but at least a few times in a generation.
I ask you this, just one bit, I must point out that in the past, the U.S. Marines have been deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan and Yemen. And now they're being deployed in Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles in 1992.
Sure. No problem.
In
See,
1992.
I'm saying, you know, to take some perverse pleasure in this, smallest protest happens in India. There are lectures from the US State Department. We need to protect India's minorities in keeping with India's constitution. Well, you need to take care of America's minorities in line with America's constitution and stop lecturing the whole world about it. Stop lecturing the whole world about it. We had enough. No, there is everybody. America thinks... Yes, Mr. Ahuja. Yes, Mr. Ahuja, come on. Yeah, Mr. Ahuja, come on, Mr. Ahuja. Mr. Ahuja against me, and hopefully Madhav Nalapad for me on the screen.
What was Operation Blue Star?
I'll tell you, Mr. Ahuja, since you have a lot of love for your co-opted country, I have no problem. You're an American. No, I would tell you this. I would tell you this. No, Mr. Ahuja, now please. You ask a question, I'll tell you. And Madhav will respond better than me. But I want to tell you, when there was a farmer's protest in this country, I don't need any damn American lecture on how I need to handle law and order in India. Especially after you have no right to lecture anybody in the world. Democrat or Republic, keep quiet, mind your own business. Behave well with countries like India. Don't make your US embassy put out statements.
This is not an insurrection, but at the same time, I'd like to tell you that a lot of people have been picked up whose sons, whose spouses are US citizens. And in my view, that is going a step too far. And now, frankly, a lot of people, and I'm talking from the Indian American community, they say they're scared of going out the streets. Indian tourists are scared of going out without a passport. And even if they have a passport, they've been knocked to the ground. And if you're knocked to the ground at a certain age, it'll have very serious consequences to health. I've been talking to these people. I've been talking to people who are horrified. And let me tell you, they're Republican. They're not Democrat. They want Trump, or if not, they want Vance. They don't want the Democrats back, and I agree.
Oh, they want Vance.
Are frankly poisonous. They got all kinds of crazy ideas. They flirt with jihadis. They flirt with all kinds. But then, unfortunately, for the sake of money, so is Trump. So this is something which we can't understand. It's
David
so
Sofair, we're opening up to calls.
But hold on. I don't understand one thing.
No. I would say to the Americans, Yankees, don't use your toolkits on us. Don't use your toolkits on us. We don't care. America, handle your own business. And by the way, one more thing. Mr. Ahuja, you should also be saying India has a right to say it because people of Indian origin are among the highest taxpayers, contributing hundreds of billions of dollars to the American economy, right? India is also one of the biggest investors in America. India is one of the biggest buyers of American weapons. So I'm sorry, don't patronize us. You're a mess. You're a mess. And your president is a mess. David Trump is a mess. Is this the golden age that Trump promised? He promised a golden age for America. Is this the golden age? Is this the golden age, David? Is this a reflection of the golden age? Come on, David, be honest with me.
Look, what it is you got
David and Charles.
Violent protests being cleaned up. That's a good thing. You got America. Public companies going up every single day. You have stock markets going great. You got inflation coming down, cost of energy going way down, fentanyl deaths way down. Now, of course, you're going to have some leftists who are synonymous with violence and disrespect for law and order and due process and all of these things. Now, we're cleaning that up. So there's a trickle-down effect, which has been a good thing. America's never been stronger. We're making America strong again. We're making America safe again. We're putting out fires, quite literally. You saw what the Democrats did last time. They let America burn.
Okay, we'll let calls come in. Krishnan from Chennai. Krishnan, quick comment from you. Quick comment. Let Americans know what Indians think. Krishnan.
Hi, Arnab. I have a quick question. Okay, different governments and the U.S., but one thing is very common. Okay, there's a pattern. The previous government, they had a close relationship with Pakistan in a stealth mode. Okay, they provided fighter jets and everything. And this administration, it's really amazing to see that the U.S. general saying it's a phenomenal counter-terrorism. Pakistan is a phenomenal counter-terrorism partner.
Going to blow up the global economy.
Oh, and Krishna, I don't know what audio is doing. They're putting a guest over your audio. You are over a guest. It's completely crazy.
For quite a long time. Okay, after this betrayal, I'm really surprised how come United States of America considers Pakistan as its close ally.
Yeah, Pakistan because Pakistan is a mess and America is a mess, and that's terrible. One minute. Dhananjay from Puri. America is fighting with China. America is fighting with India, but America has a wonderfully platonic relationship building into a budding romance with Pakistan. Well done. Well done, Alexander. Well done. Well done. You're only friendly with the Pakistanis. What have you? No, I mean, it's true. They love you. The Pakistanis love you.
I mean, I understand your feelings of what has happened in the last few weeks, but that is not true.
No, it's not my feelings. It's your president's feelings for the jihadis.
Like you said.
Dhananjay from Pune. Okay, thank you. Dhananjay from Pune. Dhananjay.
Let me tell you this.
Hi.
You said the other day.
Hi, Dhananjay.
Yeah, hi, Arnab. I see a lot of parallels, actually. I see a lot of parallels between what's happening in America now and what's happening in India as well. It's the deep state in action, right? And in this, I see that Trump is trying to save his country just the way Modi is trying to save it from the forces that are acting against India. So similarly, I think that there are forces against America and Trump is trying to save that. So 60 years of filth is being cleaned up by Trump.
Okay, Dhananjay, let me get a feedback from Charles on that. Charles, do you feel forces that are not able to digest Trump's electoral victory are behind this? Because this does seem a little orchestrated. It's not limited anymore. The sheer virality, the money behind it.
Fundamentally challenge the idea that some of our participants said that that the Democrats are encouraging this, that Gavin Newsom or Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, wanted this to happen. They're behind it. Nothing could be further from the truth. They don't want to see looting on their streets. Karen Bass imposed a curfew in her city to try to control this. So no, this is a spontaneous reaction against people getting rounded up and deported, but it's much bigger than that.
No, but you know, the United States, the irony is, I must observe here, and it's true. The United States has been the expert. So 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute. Please hear me. Alexander, can I get a moment from you? Alexander, can I get a moment from you? Can I get a moment? You see, there is karma. What you do to others happens to you. America is a specialist in creating street protests in the name of democracy. What did you guys do in Bangladesh? You brought down an elected government by financing people. And Muhammad Yunus accepted that you created a bloodbath, you burned the streets of Dhaka so that there could be a regime change. Now, you guys are now complaining that somebody else is financing a regime change against you, but this is what you as a country has done around the world. You've done this, it's been an American practice. America likes doing this. What you did to others is happening to you internally.
Can I tell you
Yes.
this? People who oppose Prime Minister Modi,
No, don't bring Prime Minister Modi into this. Prime Minister Modi has nothing to do with this. You did this to Sheikh Hasina in Bangladesh.
That's not what I'm saying.
No, don't. We have nothing to do with your problem. We'll handle our problem.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That the Trump haters in India are Modi haters. That's what I'm trying to say. The Trump haters.
Why are you bringing Modi in? What does Modi have to do with this?
No, but now the question is,
come on, don't bring Modi into this. This is your problem.
No, I'm not trying to bring him. I'm telling you what you were saying, that the
I'm saying that
has happened in other nations.